Hi, my name is Ben. I'm the CEO and founder of FIXITGEARWARE-SECURITY. Today we'll be publishing our first course for the year 2024. The title of the course is Kali Linux Command. In this course, you'll be learning the basic commands in Kali Linux that can assist you as a cybersecurity beginner or intermediate or professional in carrying your various penetration testing. The table of content on slide 5, we'll be discussing about the key objective. Then we'll move on to slide 6 to 7, where we'll be discussing about the founding fathers. Then next, we'll move to slide 18 to 13, where we'll be discussing the brief history of Kali and various versions of Kali. Then we'll move next to slide 14 to 20, where we'll be discussing about Kali Linux file system. When we're done with slide 49 to 20, we'll be moving on to slide 21 to 22, where we'll be discussing the keyboard shortcuts and how you can apply these shortcuts when conducting various commands in the terminal. Then next, we'll be moving on to slide 23 to 26, where we'll be showing you various options of Kali. These options are known as arguments. Then after that, we'll be moving on to slide 27 to 39, where we'll be discussing the basic Linux command. This command comprises of history, who am I, pwd, which stands for the print working directory. Then when we're done with that, we'll move on to slide 32 to 33, where we'll be discussing about the directory commands. Next, we'll be moving on to slide 34 to 36, where we'll be discussing the various file commands in Kali. Then when we're done, we'll move on to slide 37 to 39, discussing binary files type commands in Kali. Then next, we'll be moving on to slide 40 to 42, where we'll be discussing how to give file permission. And when we're done, we'll move on to slide 43 to 44. We'll be showing you in this slide how to compress file in Kali. Then next, we'll be moving on to slide 45 to 47. We'll be discussing the various process commands in Kali. When we're done, we'll be moving on to slide 48 to 49. We'll be discussing about the system information commands. Then next, we'll move on to slide 50 to 52. We'll be discussing about the various user input commands in Kali. In this slide, we'll be discussing how to add various users to a group and how to make a user that is in a group to own a specific file. Then next, we'll be moving on to slide 53 to 55, where we'll be discussing about the hardware info commands. When we're done with the slide, we'll be moving on to slide 56 to 58. Here we'll be discussing about the hardware disk command. In this slide, we'll be discussing about how to check for your hard disk information. When we're done, we'll be moving on to slide 59 to 60, where we'll be discussing about the install commands and update commands in Kali. And next, we'll be moving on to slide 61 to 64, where we'll be giving you a brief insight of the network commands in Kali. After that, we're moving on to slide 65 to 68, where we'll be discussing about the widget commands and the call commands. Then the final slide will be the slide 69 to 70, where we'll be discussing how to conduct the remote logins via commands such as SSH. Then slide 71 will be showing our various social media network where you can join us and be a part of our community. The key objective of this course is to make users to have knowledge about the founding fathers of this huge distribution OS that has been a backbone for penetration testing and ethical hacking. Our next key objective is to enlighten users on the history of Kali Linux. This will be discussing a brief history of Kali Linux and various distros that has been in existence since its creation. The next key objective is utilizing commands in pen testing. Users will be able to know how to use these commands in their various pen testing events and how to use them for specific tasks, such as searching for files that have extension such as PNG files, TXT files. Then the next key objective is to teach users on how to create file information, delete files, and directories. Users will be able to understand how to use this command to view, create, delete files, and directories during their pen testing journey. The next is the install, update, and upgrade packages. So users will be able to understand how to install tools and update existing tools in their various boxes and upgrade outdated packages in their Kali Linux box as well. And the last key objective here is to teach users or show users how to view more information about the system, hardware, and process information. Users will be able to learn how to use these commands to check system information and hardware details and monitoring processes on their Kali box and test boxes. The founding fathers. Kali, as we know, was founded by Mkdir and Devon Kent. Mkdir was the founder of Wapix, Backtrack Linux, and many other distros. He is also the founder of Kali Linux. He authored the book Metasploit, The Penetration Tester's Guide, Edition 1. Further also authored Metasploit, The Penetration Tester Guide, 2nd edition. Author the Kali Linux Review, Mastering the Penetration Testing Distribution. Mkdir was also the founder of Offensive Security, an organization that was founded in the year 2006, December precisely, and has been in operations till date. Additional companies and organizations founded by Mkdir includes ExploitDB, an online database that contains token commands, exploits, and vulnerable software for pen testers. This organization was founded in September 2009 and is still functional to date. To reach out to Mkdir, you can access his LinkedIn page. The picture on the left, top left, is a picture of Mkdir, a security summit that was conducted by Offensive Security in the year 2017. The co-founder, Devon Kent, currently lives in Canada. He attended St. Lawrence College, where he studied electronics engineering technician and electrical electronics in the year 2003 and 2005. He's also a co-founder of Offensive Security. History of organizations he has worked for includes Canadian IS Security Analyst, Department of National Defense, where he worked between the month of August 2008 to November 2010. Additional information about Devon reveals that he has over 13 licenses and certifications. He's also a co-founder of the ExploitDB organization that comprises of docking commands and vulnerable software pen testers are using. He co-founded and joined this company in the year 2009, November precisely, and has been with the company to date. He's also a co-founder and also assisted Mkdir in rebuilding the backtrack. He joined Mkdir in the month of January 2012 and has been in Offensive Security, supporting the update of Kali to date. Information on how to reach Devon includes his LinkedIn page, where you can get him. He also has a Twitter page and a Keybase, where you can get a personal mobile communication with him. On the bottom right, left is his picture a few decades ago, and on the bottom right is his current LinkedIn profile picture. Brief history of Kali Linux. Kali Linux and its connection to the Hindu religion. The word Kali Linux originates from the Hindu religion Kali. Kali is a god in the Hindu religious practices, with a Sanskrit word Sanatana Dharma, which means death, time, black, doomsday, and lord of death. The first version of Kali was the Wapix and stands for White Hats Nopix. The sole purpose of building the Wapix by Mkdir is to enable pen testers to have all their tools in one device or machine and conduct pen testing easily. Since the inception of the Kali Linux, the OS has evolved to its latest version, which is the Kali Linux rolling, also known as the Debian test. Wapix, known as Knopix, we know, came with tons of games and tools and was designed to run from a bootable CD or USB drive rather than users installing them directly to their computers. Over the years, Kali, with its powerful functionality, has been of great importance in the cybersecurity industry. With awesome tools and archive directories, pen testers are able to easily find various vulnerabilities that exist in web applications, mobile applications, and even in organization networks. This makes them find loopholes on how to circumvent this security of the organization and report this to the appropriate authority. Mkdir historically collected all these cyber security tools by searching for various archives of computer vulnerabilities information it could have access and ways to manipulate and take advantage of them. Penetration testing tools such as Kismet, Ethero, and Ethercap were the first, including Metasploit, among the first tools that were installed in the WordPix. This enabled pen testers to make use of this information and tools to conduct their various pen testing activities. Further improve the OS, Matti teamed up with his co-founder Devon, where they rewrote the backtrack and improved the version of the WordPix. As we know, other cybersecurity organizations created by Matti and Jens are ExploitDB and Offensive Security. Offensive Security is responsible for a series of penetration testing certifications, which includes the OSCP certification. Matti, after 2 decades in the industry, stepped down to have a regular life, an action he coined with a sentence recovering from the InfoSec addict. And since then, Matti has never been seen or known to be anywhere around the public presence. The versions of Kali. The first version of Kali was released on the 30th of August 2004, which was known as the WordPix version 2, a base OS from Knoppix. A year later, the second version was released, known as WeHacks, which is the version 3, with its base OS to be the Slack. 12 months later, the third version was released as Backtrack version 1. The base OS was the Slackware Live CD version 10.2.0. Kali also went ahead to be released of its fourth version, the Backtrack version 2. The base OS was Slackware Live CD version 11.0. Then in the year 2008, the month of June 19, the fifth version was released as Backtrack version 3, with its base OS being the Slackware Live CD version 12.0. After the release of the fifth version, in January 2010, the sixth version of the Backtrack was released, which is also known as the version 4, known as the own source. The base OS was the Ubuntu 8.1, known as the Intrepid Ibex. Then in May 2011, the seventh version was released, which is known as the Backtrack version 5 Revolution. The base OS was the Ubuntu 10.0, which is also known as the Lucid Link. 2 years later, on the 13th of March 2013, the 8th version is released, which is the first version to be named Kali Linux. The title was Moto, and the base OS was the Debian 7 known as the Wheezy. 2 years later, the 9th version of the Kali Linux was rolled out, which is also known as the Kali Linux version 2, titled Sana, the base OS of Debian 8, which is also known as the Desi. On 16 January 2016, the 10th version of the Kali was released with its base OS known as the Debian testing. On the Kali Linux internal, the Kali Linux file system. Kali Linux internal file system and structure varies from other operating systems such as Windows. It doesn't have a base drive or physical drive. Considering that Windows runs on the C drive and needs the C drive to be bootable, the Linux file system is based on a logical file system. In Kali Linux, the top of the file system structure is designated as the /, also referred as the tree or the root. The file system root is not the same as the root user. So the root user is considered to be a privileged user and someone with the highest privilege to access certain files, execute programs on the box. A tree diagram of the Kali Linux file system. At the top of the OS is the root tree. Below the root tree, we have the boot, which is also known as the NL image. Under the root, we also have the home user directories. Then next, we have the process, where internal process of the box data are stored. Then we have the dev device, where special device files are stored. We have the system binaries. Then we have the user directory. Below the second layer, we have the root user, which is known as the privileged user. Then we have the EDC. This is where the system configuration files are stored. And we have the mount point, which is also the general purpose mount point of the system. Then next, we have the system directory, which is the kernel view of the hardware. The next directory is the binary directory that is under the layer 2 of structure of the Kali Linux file system. And below also we have the libraries where the library files are stored. Under the system binary, additional binary files, we have the binaries which are additional binary files of applications installed. And we have additional library files that contains additional binary library files. The description of this, the / known as the tree, it represents the root directory of the Linux system. Then the root binary represents the binary directory. In this directory, binaries and binary files are stored. These binary files are required to boot and run the system efficiently. Next is the boot directory. In this, the boot directory consists of the kernel, the bootloader, and the RAM disk image. In the boot directory, users will find the boot grub.config or menu on a system that uses grub as the bootloader first, and kernel images which seen in the directory of the boot VM Linux etc. The dev, which is known as the device directory, contains device nodes. It's special directory that used by the kernel to store a list of recognizable devices. So let's say a USB drive is plugged into the system. This is where they are stored. The kernel uses this directory, which is known as the device directory, to store these bootable devices or these pluggable devices. Then the etc directory, it contains a broad list of system configuration files, and it is considered one of the most important directories in Linux. Other contents includes a list of shell scripts used to launch services during the system boot. Other common files as well located in this directory include the password file that contains a list of all the users' account information. The resolve.config contains the DNS resolver configuration. The cron tab consists of a list of startup operations. So these are like applications that start up when the Kali Linux is booted on. Then the home directory, it's the home directory which holds specific directories for each user. In this directory, when we add the new users to the Kali box, this is where the new users' information are stored. It prevents various users from tampering and manipulating other directories as well. The next is the library directory. The library directory exists a collection of shared library files that is used by the core Linux system. This is similar to the Windows DLL, the Windows DLL file. Then the next directory is the lost plus found directory. It contains all devices and partitions that are formatted in a Linux file system. For example, common formats of extensions for Linux file system includes the extension 4 and extension 3. This directory also works in the case of a partial recovery from a file system corruption event. So usually, let's say the system, while you were conducting an event on your system and the system crashes, going into this directory would show you a list of files that are recoverable. Usually, the directory is empty except something happens to your distro. The next is the media directory. In this directory, removable media such as USB or ISO files are stored. It is used majorly by modern Linux systems to store and mount points for removable devices, which are mounted automatically. So considering, for instance, you are running a Kali on the VirtualBox and you need to install a guest addition to be able to install a list of drivers and graphic card information to give your Linux box a good view or a good user experience. So this is where you mount it. When you mount the ISO file. This is the directory that hosts the devices of the .iso file that was mounted. The next directory is the option directory. The option directory is found and installed third-party software that are installed on the device. So commercial softwares are usually found there. For instance, you can get information about Bobsuit in this directory as well. Next directory, which is the process directory. The process directory is a unique directory that acts as a file system, although not a real file system. PROC, which is the stands for process, and serve as a virtual file system that is maintained by the Linux kernel. It also has files that allows users to view the kernel, so you can view kernel information in this process directory. For instance, when we type a few process commands, this is the directory that is consulted to get information about the process. Stored in this directory are readable and have a view on how the kernel manages the file system, such as the CPU info, which can be viewed by in the PROC directory, then CPU info. The next directory is the root directory, which is known as the root user. In the root directory is stored the files for the root user. It is the official root user's home directory. And the next is the SBin, known as the system binary directory. This directory stores binaries, and the system binaries that are essential in carrying out important tasks on the system are also stored in this directory. By default, the Linux OS reserves it for super users account. So basically, this directory cannot be viewed by just a normal user. Basically, a root user can only access this system binary directory. The next directory is the TMP directory, known as the temporary files directory. These temporary files that are used by a system are stored in this directory. These are usually transient files generated by the various programs on the device. However, when the device is rebooted, this directory is automatically empty. Next is the user directory. In this directory are numerous directories and program support files used by all users. So basically, when we create different users on our box or on our computer that runs the Kali OS, the various files, configurations, and settings that are used by these users are located here. It is the largest directory in the Linux system. Next is the user/bin directory, which stands for the user binaries file directory. It holds the executable programs that were defaultly installed by the Linux operating system. So when the users install the operating system on their VirtualBox or on their computers, by default, some applications are installed. Tools like Metasploit can be located in this user binary directory. The next directory is the user local directory. In this directory is found programs not included by specific Linux distribution by default. However, these programs are available for system-wide use. Compiled programs by users are stored in this directory. By default, it remains empty until privileged user add files to the directory. So this directory holds programs that were compiled by the user of the Kali OS. However, it's only by the privileged user. So a normal user cannot be able to store or view files in this directory. The next is the user system binary directory. In this directory is stored system binaries of the admin program. So programs that were installed or that are used by the system administrator are stored in this directory. Next is the user share. So in the user share directory are contained shared data that are used by the programs installed in the user binary directory. For example, configuration files are stored in this directory. In addition, files such as icons, themes, cursors, sound, configuration files, and more are located in this directory. Next is the user shared doc directory, which stands for the user shared documentation directory. In this directory are stored documentation files for most installed packages on the system. In this part, for instance, let's say we install a tool known as StegHide. When we run the man command, let's say man StegHide, and there is a documentation. This is the directory that is accessed to pull out that documentation and push the description into the terminal interface for users to be able to view. The next is the var directory. In this directory is stored variable data that are constantly changing. So e.g., for example, is like the database, school files, mail, and more. So for instance, the Postgres database is the database by default that the Kali used to update its packages and tools and exploit codes. So this variable data holds those information. The next is the vars.log directory. In the vars.log directory, hold files for various system operations. It's advisable to constantly monitor this directory as it entails critical log files for the system. So let's say the system crashes or something bad happens to the system. This is where you can view the log file. Also, only system administrator or privileged users are able to access and view the log file directory. Next is the keyboard shortcut. However, before we go on to the keyboard shortcut, we'll go into these various directories that we just described. So we get our terminal fired up and we'll say, let's get to the root directory first. So we'll say cd. So cd stands for change directory. It's a command to change directory, instructing the terminal to say change to the directory that is specified. So in this case, we're specifying the root directory, or known as the tree of the computer running the OS Kali. So when we ls, we can see the list of those directories we just mentioned and a few files we just created in this directory. So we can remove this file first, just so we don't get things complicated. So now if we cd into the home directory, and we list the file, these are files we also created, users we created. So let's remove them. So here there is no user. So basically, whenever we create a user, this is where the directory the users are stored. Next, to go back to the previous directory that we're in, or one step back to the directory, we just say cd and we specify 2 dots. So what we're trying to say is that change directory back to the previous directory. So next, we ls. So now we want to log in or move into the media directory. So we say change directory to the media. Remember, this holds the CD-ROM. So the mount point, let's say whenever we mount applications, this is where that holds it. We can say cd to CD-ROM 0 ls minus la. Okay, so we can see this. So next, we list again to see the various directory. The next directory is the system binary directory. So we say cd to the sbin, and we say ls. And here we can see a list of all packages that the system uses to boot. You can see here is for the icon cache. This is for the grub, updates grub. This is for unshadow. Let's say we want to unshadow passwords. So all these system binary files that are necessary for the Kali OS to run, this is where they are stored. You can see the shutdown, the system disk, known as the SF disk, the system file disk. So all these are very essential files or packages that makes the OS functional. If they are removed, then the system definitely is going to crash. So we go back again and we list other directories. So let's say we want to go to the PROC, which is the process file directory. So cd PROC, and we say ls, and we can see a few information. Now, this is the CPU info. We can say, okay, cat CPU info, and you can see the information of the CPU. Alternatively, we can use leafpad CPU info, and you can see a clearer information about our CPU in detail. So this is where the process files are stored in the PROC directory. So go back. Then the next directory we want to go in. Okay, let's go to the variable directory. Oh, okay, let's go to the lost plus found. So we'll say cd into the lost plus found. This directory holds, let's say the system crashes or something happens and we're running a program while the system crashes. Upon getting back to the system, we can navigate into this directory to see the list of recoverable files. However, this directory will be empty as our system has never experienced any of those things. So we'll say ls minus la, and see. So there is nothing in this directory. The cd. The next directory is the root directory. So this is where the root user is. And other directories also is the etc, cd into the etc. And with ls, you can see this file are very essential as well. The files that the user have installed, this is in this directory is also here. You can see the proxy chain. We install the proxy chain into this on this computer. We can also see the password file. We can also see the engine server, the Mkdir open testing. The list of all the applications that we install can be found in the etc directory. So we play cd. So the ls. So now that we're done, we can now move into the next part of our course. The next, we'll be demonstrating this with the lab. On the list, the first keyboard shortcut key we'll be discussing is the Ctrl+C. The Ctrl+C command kills current running processes in the terminal. For example, let's say we ping Facebook to see if the website is alive. And while we're receiving the packets during the ping process, we can close this by saying Ctrl+C by holding the Ctrl and the C keyboard buttons at the same time. And when we do that, the connection or whatever process we are running will be terminated. The next on the list is the Ctrl+Z keyboard shortcut key. The Ctrl+Z keyboard shortcut key, when executed, stops the current process temporarily. This process can be resumed by typing the FG or BG in the terminal. Let's recall the last pinging to Facebook. Now we say Ctrl+Z, and as you can see, it says the process was stopped. So this process is in the background. Sorry, it's stopped, it's paused in the terminal. And if we want to resume the process again, we just say foreground percentage, then we specify the job number. Here it's 1. In case when we have multiple jobs, for us to resume a particular job, we have to either use the FG command or the BG command with the operand sign and specifying the job number. So in this case, we just have Facebook that was paused as the only job we have here. So we just say 1 and we hit enter, and this will continue again. So we can stop this connection holding the Ctrl+C keys, and we clear our terminal. Now, the next part of the shortcut key is Ctrl+W key. When we press these two keys, it cuts one word before the cursor. So basically what it's saying is that, let's say we type hello, we had to redo this course. Due to sound and technical failure. Now we have failure dot. So if we use, say, Ctrl+W, it's going to cut failure, which is the word before the cursor. So let's say we hold the key multiple times. It's going to cut this word for each time we press both keys. And it's appended to the clipboard, and we can also paste them back. We'll be demonstrating the keys later on how to do this. The next also is the Ctrl+U keyboard shortcut key. This shortcut cuts one part of the line before the cursor, and it's appended to the clipboard. So let's say we write hello, life is just about not giving up. And now this is a sentence or a line before the cursor blinking or button. So when we hold the Control plus U, the entire line of words before the cursor will be cut and clipped to the clipboard, and we can paste them back. So assuming you're typing a code and you make a mistake in the terminal, you can just use this command to move or make the necessary adjustment. Next is the Ctrl K key, but shortcut. So this Ctrl K cuts parts of the line after the cursor and appends it to the clipboard. So basically, let's say we type further, not giving up and believing in God and yourself. Now let's say we move the keyboard, the cursor button here, and we say Control K. So the entire word after the cursor will be cut away from the sentence or the line of text we have. And the Control Y, which we've been using to paste the words that we cut previously that was clipped to the keyboard, is used to paste the words or the sentence or the line of words that were cut using the other shortcut keys. So if we use, say we use the Control W to cut each word entirely, and we say Control Y, everything will be there. And if we also say Control U and cut the whole entire line and say Control Y, you can still bring them back. Now the next keyboard shortcut key is the Control R. This shortcut key enables users to recall the last command that matches the character that were provided. So basically, let's go ahead again and ping facebook.com, and we close this connection and we play. Okay, sorry, we don't play. Now we say Control R. Now this will do a reverse search of the last command of the command which the character we provide. Let's say we provide P. It's going to say, okay, this is ping, and we can say enter. Let's see. Let's say play. And let's say Control R, and we say ping, or we say P. So whatever character we supply after we use the keyboard shortcut key will bring a list of commands that is associated with the initials of the character that we supply. And we can also use another shortcut key, which will be demonstrating later. So that's all about the Control R shortcut key. It's just a reverse search of the last command executed on the terminal. The next is the Control O. The shortcut key Control plus O allows the user to run or execute previously recorded command. So let's say we do Control R and we say ping. Now we just say Control O, and this command will immediately be executed. So there is no need to use the direction key. In the case of, let's say we type the initial, there's no need of us using the direction key to move. We just, after we've provided the initial characters using the Control reverse search of the command, we just hold the Ctrl-O keyboard key, and that will execute the command. Next is the Ctrl+G shortcut key. This shortcut key exits the command history without running a command. So let's say we do Ctrl-R, and say ping, and we say Ctrl-G. Okay, history, Ctrl-G. So usually if we check a history of command, say ping, okay, Ctrl-G. Good. Now, if we use the Ctrl-R and we say ping, and now we don't want to execute this command, we just say Ctrl-G, and it will just exit without executing the command. Another important keyboard shortcut key is the double exclamation mark. So using the double exclamation mark in the terminal, it repeats the last executed command. So let's say we say d facebook.com, and now if we just do this again, and it's going to execute. Each time we use the double exclamation mark, it will keep executing the last command. So that is all for the keyboard shortcut key. Also a warning, it's a crazy prank and advisable not to execute such command, where mostly in the InfoSec community, you see pen testers or bug bounty hunters stating that once they get hold of a machine or system, the first command they are going to execute is change directory /and sudo remove first remove file. So basically running this command is going to remove all the file system in the root tree, and of course renders the system useless. Okay. Next, we'll be talking about options or arguments in Kali. So basically, these are common arguments that can be appended to a Kali Linux command when executing a series of commands on your terminal. The -A or -A, also known as the archive option. When using the copying or the cp command, this will allow you to copy all the files, directories, with all their respective attributes and permissions. If this is not appended during the copying process, it only uses the permission of the user carrying the copying. So basically what it's saying, let's say you're a user and you're copying a file from the root user or the system admin. If you're using, it's okay, we write a file. For example, we say we have a file called file1, and use the cp command, copy file1 into whatever directory or whatever file name you want. This is going to copy the file, but you would only have the permission that was assigned to you in the file. So let's say, assuming the file was created and you only have the authority to read the file, you would only have that same permissions when you use only the cp command. However, if you use the -A, it means you want to copy everything irrespective of the permission. That means you would have access to do other things to the file. So if a root user uses this command to copy a user's file, the root user then owns the file. The next argument is the -I or -I. It stands for interactive. So when the interactive argument is used with the copy command, it prompts the user before overwriting the file. Let's say you have a file that has some information and you want to copy it into another file. Without specifying the I argument, it automatically overwrites it by default. However, when you specify the I argument, it asks if you actually want to overwrite the file. So the next argument is the -V, is also known as the verbose. The verbose argument, when used, indicates that the informative message of each file and directory being copied be shown. So basically, when you copy a file or you whatever, even if you're pinging a network and you specify a root, you're stating that you want more information about what is going on in the background. In the case of, let's say, is the connection successful or not? Is the file copying rightly or not? So the last on the list of this page of the argument is the -r. So the -r, known as recursive, when copying a file or directory, it is used to forcefully remove the directory and its content. So it is commonly used and it is mandatory when copying directories as well. So basically, if you want to remove a directory, if you use the rm command, basically, without specifying the recursive, it's going to give you a response in the terminal that it is a directory and you cannot be able to delete it. However, if you specify -r in your argument, in your command, if you specify the -r argument in your command, it automatically overwrites whatever instruction that is in that directory that you want to delete. So the recursive argument is quite a very, very important one, especially if you want to delete directories via the command or the shell. Next is the -f, which stands for forceful. So when appended, instructs the actions to ignore non-existent files and arguments without requesting a prompt. Third, allows users to find any file or directory that matches the character or the file extension. For example, let's say we're looking for a file that starts with an initial A. When we say ls command and specify the character A with a wildcard, all files that commences with A will be listed in the terminal for us to view. We can also append this wildcard using the ls command before the file extension. So when we do this, it's going to look for all files that are in the directory which we're applying this command that has the extension .txt. And if there is any file that has that extension, it will be displayed back to us. The next is the question mark. When the question is combined with the ls and wildcard command, it matches and displays any file or all directories in the current directory. So basically, in this case, let's say we want to list all the files in a particular directory. We just say ls command using the wildcard and the question mark. All the files and directory in that particular directory we're in will be displayed back to us via the terminal. Next is the characters. So when combined with the ls and wildcard command, shows a list of files and directories that are stored in the device that commences with the character that we specify. So what it's trying to say is, let's say we're looking for a file that has a list of characters in them, maybe A, B, C, D, or 2 or 3. Once we specify this, it's going to list all those files for us and display it back to us in the terminal if they exist in the particular directory where the command was used. Next is the not characters. So it's the opposite of characters. Here we are saying that whatever file that is in the directory that does have these characters that were specified should be ignored. The not character also enables the command to find characters that are not members of the specified set. So let's say we specify that it should ignore characters such as C, A, or E. Whatever file that will be listed back to us will contain other characters except the C, A, or E that was specified. Last on this list is the class command. So when we use the ls class command, it is used to find and match any character that are based on the set of class we specify in the terminal. For example, we want to look for files that have only alphabet. We'll say ls command, specify only alpha. All files or directories that have alphabet in them will be displayed back to us in the terminal. A few of those classes include alnum, which is the alphanumerical, lower, which means for files or directories that have lowercase, upper, which means for files or directory that have uppercase, digit, specifically for files or directories that have just digits or numbers. Next is which we've described previously, but the alphabet and asterisk. So basically, when combined with the ls command, we list all directories and files that start with the letter B and subdirectories within it. And the character with a double question mark, it will display any files or directories that begins with the letter that was specified, followed by additional 2 characters. So each question mark represents one more character. The more we increase the number of question marks, the more it displays back to us the number of files or directories that have additional characters based on the number of question marks specified. Question mark, when the question mark is combined with ls and wildcard, it matches and displays any files or directories in the current directory. So basically, this is just like what we've stated. We demonstrated this here in this table. The last on the list is the .digit, .text. So using this, we are making a combination of both digit and text and specifying that the ls command in the root directory should display files that have both digit and have text in them. So this we've just stated, we'll be describing it with a few labs here. So first, let's say we cd into our roots and we say ls all file that has z in them. Okay. So there are no directory of files in the root itself, which is the current directory we are in, that starts with z. So let's say we say ls all file that starts with b. And as you can see, it listed both files and directory. And this is the directory here, and this is the additional directory that exists in them. So if we say cd into var slash the, let's say this first. Okay. So this is a directory that exists under var. So when we go into var and specify to go into www, we can see that we're in the directory www. So basically this var www, it's basically the directory that holds the Apache web server that is installed in our system. We can soak a cd into HTML. Now, one more thing you have to know, if you access any directory in Kali, they are always having a blue color. So if I see a blue color, I know it's a directory. So if I say ls, and here you can see a lot of index. This is the index.html here is for Apache, and this is for Nginx Debian server. So that's done. Let's get back to the root. The next, let's say we cd into bin. Do we have bin, right? Good. Now we'll say ls file that has only one b. You see? Okay, clear. Ls only one b. Good. Now you can see both directory and files that have only b in them have been displayed. So let's say we specify in the question, we say ls b question. Now none. Let's say ls b, let's say 3 question. Now you can see in our bin directory, we have 2 files, bash and ra, that have 3 characters in them. And if we list all the files that has b here, sorry, we can see the bra bash and bra. Let's see. This is the bash, and you see the bra, br. Okay, sorry, br. It'll be somewhere here. Okay, this is the bra. So basically, the more we increase, let's say lsb, let's increase it to 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now you can see it lists. So this is very easy to sort files based on number of characters that are in the particular directory we are trying to access. The next command we want to, we'll say ls list all files in the bin directory. And you can see all files from A to Z and directories that are in the current directory we executed this command will be displayed back to us in the terminal. And let's say we want to run another command, which is ls alpha plus just alphabet. Let's see. So these are all the files that have alphabet. Sorry, that commences with alphabet. Let's try something again. Let's say ls alpha. Good. So basically, when we use the ls colon alpha, it's going to list all the files that starts with alphabet. Let's say let's try this. Digit. See, sometimes this throws error anyway. But usually it's supposed to show files and directories that start with digits. So depending on this, in the directory that we run this, it's supposed to start display files that contain digit or start with digit. This one here do not have digit, but still displayed it. So we can also say ls digit send all digit files that are txt in the directory. Now you can see all the digit files that are directory that have the txt in them. Let's say, okay, we'll cd into xfrun4. Cd into xfrun4. Play. Control R, Shift star, Control O. Okay, let's say locate. Okay. Okay, so we're supposed to go to user share, user bin xfrun4. So this is the, so we say cat slash user slash bin slash xfrun4. You can see it's a binary file. So you can see it's a binary file or executable. So this is how we use a few of these comments and options we specified. And we can also say, okay, list only all files that starts with A. Yeah, all the files that have A would only be displayed to us. That starts with A. B, C, will be ignored. So all files and directories that start with A will be displayed to us when we use this command. So Linux options or arguments are very essential, and as a penetration tester, because when you're conducting this test, you would need to be very fast to use shortcuts and commands to locate files or sensitive information. So now we'll be moving on to the next part of the course, which is basic Linux command. The basic commands in Kali Linux enables users and pen testers to view a list of information of the operating system and current working directory. So we will be using the lab in this course. For instance, we are logged in as the root user. When we type the command who am I, the command will display the logged in user. So in this case, we're the root user. Let's say we're just an ordinary user. When we type the who am I, the system will display the user that is logged in. The next command is the pwd, which stands for working directory. So basically what this command does is to print the current directory as a pen tester or ethical hacker are currently in. Let's say you're in a directory and just want to know what directory you're in. You say pwd, and here it's specifying that we're in the root directory. And let's say we go to the root tree and we say pwd, it will specify that we're in the root tree. If we also go to the desktop, and we run pwd, it will tell us we're in the root directory, we're in the desktop directory, which resides in the root directory. So basically, these are just simple commands, but they are also very essential. The cd command, as we know, is for change directory. So if we want to go one step back of current directory where we came from, or we moved from to the next directory, we just say cd space double dot and hit the enter key, and we'll be back to the previous directory we migrated in from. The ls command is used to list files. So when we run the ls command, all files that are residing in the current directory we're in will be displayed. In this case, we're in the desktop, so these are all the files that reside in our we're in the root directory, sorry, and all the files that are in the root directory, which includes both the desktop documents, downloads, and other personal files we stored here, can be viewed. And these directories also will be listed using this command. So basically, we are listing both files and directories that are in the current directory we're in. So let's say if we're in the desktop and we say the ls command, and you can see listing this using the list command in the current directory shows us the file and directories that are in the directory we run the command from, which is the desktop in this case. So the next thing, or the next command we will be talking about, is the ID. So ID stands for identity, and when we run this command, it shows the details of the active users of the box or the system. So let's say we say ID and hit enter. You can see we are root user and our user ID is root, and our group ID is also root, and the groups that exist we're also the root user of that group. The next basic command is the last. When we type the last, informations of all the users that have been logged in into the system will be displayed, and what happened So actions they carried out, for instance, is it reboot, is it shut down? All this information will be displayed. So let's minimize this for you to have a clearer view of what we're saying. As you can see, this are a list of information moments we started using this device. You can see the root user, we use the terminal. We also reboot the system via the terminal. So we use the terminal. So these things, this information, are very essential. Let's say as a malware analysis engineer or a forensic investigator or forensic engineer. When you type the last, you can see a series of information or action that has been carried out by the system. This also gives insight of what really happened. Let's say an incident has been reported, and when you were investigating, you discover that a series of reboot has been occurring on the system. So basically, it gives you a clue that either a hacker or someone with malicious intent has been doing something on the PC or the computer, and to keep themselves from being traced, they've erased sensitive information and reboot the system so that the effects will take changes. So the next command is the who command. The who command displays who logged in into the system, the current date and time they logged in. So let's say we type the who command in the terminal and we hit our enter key, and you can see root user has been logged into the system and we've been running or executing the terminal. And the time we logged in was on the 10th of February 2024 at 11:48 p.m. So the next is the W letter. It's also a command. It also shows the logged in user, time logged in, and activities performed. So this displays in detail. So when we put in details, you can see we logged in at 11:58 a.m. and we've been up for the past 9 minutes, and only one user has been logged, and the average load time was 8 seconds, 15 seconds, and 14 seconds. Applications were we using is the terminal TTY, and idle time with the session load session. You can see it's 0.01 seconds. So that's all for the W command. Next, we'll be moving on to slide number 29, history. So history is another very important command in Pali. When we use the history command in the terminal, it will display all the commands that has been executed. So also again, this also can help a forensic investigator to have an insight of what has been conducted on the piece. Let's say the forensic investigator has access to a computer image that has been imaged, which was compromised. Viewing the history or assessing information such as the history can give us an insight of a list of commands that has been executed via the terminal. And these commands also can give us an insight of what really was going on or what the person was or did. The next is just the date command. So the date will display the date, the current date, and time zone. So as you can see, the current date is February 10, 12 noon p.m. Eastern time, and the year 2024. Next is the uptime. So the uptime command would display how long the system has been active, how many users, and the load average of the system, the load average time of the system. So let's say we type uptime and we hit enter. You can see we've been up for 12 minutes and the current time is 12:01 seconds p.m. The load average speed is between 28 seconds, 16 seconds, and 14 seconds. Also, we forgot to execute the last reboot command. We execute this via the terminal. We display history of all the times the box or the computer running the Kali has been rebooted. It also summarizes the date and time of the last reboot. So basically, this is a summary of the date of the last reboot, first last reboot, sorry. So the first last reboot since we installed this Kali was in February 11 at exactly 2:45 a.m. in 2019, and the day was on a Monday. Next on the list is the cal. So cal is for calendar. When this command is typed in the terminal and hit the enter key, it will display the current month, year, and calendar in a very structured manner, as we can see in our terminal. And this is just a quick way to check your calendar via the terminal. The next is finger. Using the finger when typed with any username that is specified will give us information of that user, their shell script, what they can execute, and how long they have been on the device and the idle time. So, for instance, also you should also know, it should be to your own awareness as well that the finger, you have to install the application. In some cases, when you try to execute this command, you might not find it there, so you have to install it. So we'll try and say finger, and we are the root. Let's see. So we do not have it here, so we have to install. Now we've successfully installed finger. So we say finger root, and you can see we are logged in as the root. What is our name? We are the root. What directory are we on or in? We're in the root directory. And what authority and we can run the bin bash, which is the terminal. And since our last logged in 11:48 a.m. the time zone, and what were we doing? We're running the terminal. And how long have we been active? We've been active for about 15 minutes. So that's it with the finder. Now, previously, you remember we discussed about the docs directory that contains documentation of applications that were installed in the Kali. So when we use the command man and specify, let's say we specify exif2, this would describe information about the said application, author and date of creation, and other necessary information of the application. So let's say we say man exif2. If there are documentation of the application, it will be listed. In this case, you can see. So we can press Q to quit. So the man command is just to read documentation about applications and help or assistance in terms of commands that we can use when we want to execute the application. So when we type help is also another useful command. When we type help in the terminal, it's going to tell us a list of help that the bash can run. And also the bash version is also displayed. As you can see, it's a GNU bash version 5.2.21 running on the 664 Linux GNU. So help is also useful. As you can see, previously we stated FG, then job number, which is known as job spec. So that's it for the basic commands, also the utility commands in Kali. We'll be moving on to the next part of the course. So the next part of this course is going to be the directory commands in Kali. Here we'll be learning how to make directories, how to remove directories, and how to link a directory via a soft link or symbolic link. So the first is making a directory. To make a directory, we have to use the mkdir, which stands for make directory, and we specify the directory name. When this command is used in any directory or location, it creates a new directory in that location that was specified. So for example, we say mkdir FIXITGEARWARE. This will create a directory named FIXITGEARWARE in the directory where this command was used. Utilizing the command, users can also create multiple directories at the same time. So we'll be demonstrating this with a lab. Let's say we navigate to our desktop. You also have to note Pali is quite case sensitive. It's not like current programming language. Pali is very case sensitive. So if you don't type the right characters or specify the right name, you will definitely be receiving error. So let's list the files in our desktop. So you can see we have only one directory or folder on our desktop. So let's say we want to make a directory called botnet and botnet 1 and botnet 2. So basically we are saying mkdir, we are using the mkdir make directory that has the name botnet, make another directory that has the name botnet 1, and make the last directory that has the name botnet 2. So when we hit the enter and we ls this, you can see right now the names of the directory we provided via the command has been created. So this is a short way to create directory. Instead of going to your desktop and right clicking and specifying the name of the folder, you can easily do this via the terminal. The next is to make a directory into another location. Let's say we're in the desktop and we want to make, okay, let's cd to the root tree. Okay, mkdir make in the root desktop create a file called botnet. Okay, botnet 2. Okay, cd to desktop. Okay, now as you can see, we specified that from the root, we specified the full path of where we want from the root tree. We specified the full path where we want to create a directory. So basically from the root tree, we can specify any location where we want to create the new directory. However, if we're in a subdirectory or a child directory, we cannot specify from the child create the parent. So desktop in this case is considered a child. So specifying in desktop and saying, hey, we want you to go to the root and come back again to the desktop and create this folder, it's something that is not feasible. So let's say we cd to the root and we want to create in downloads, right? We can say, okay, mkdir /root /downloads happy always. Okay. And we click enter. So if we cd now to downloads, cd to downloads, and we we'll say ls, and you can see happy always is there. Also, you also have to be careful. Sometimes we confuse the root to the root user. To go to the root, you just have to specify cd slash. But to go to the root user, you have to specify cd slash the root. So that's how to make directory to any other destination or child directory from the root tree or root directory. The next is to remove a directory. We've demonstrated that, but let's show. So basically, when we use the -r, then specify the directory name, this will remove the directory that was specified. And irrespective of the permission to that directory, it's going to remove it. That's why previously we indicated not to run the sudo and command remove file, the apt-get because once you run that command, every of the file system in the Kali OS on your computer will be removed and makes it or renders the system useless. So the next, let's say we go to desktop. So to remove, we say that's okay. We say remove cook, and you can see it will indicate that cannot remove cook. It is a directory. However, with the help of the recursive argument, we can successfully remove this directory or folder. So we specify, and as you can see, there's no more error. And if we sack or list the file, you can see it's gone. We can also use the remove -rf specifying the directory name. This will first remove the command recursively and specify that the directory name that was indicated to be forcefully removed. That's the reason for the -rf. So that's it for this part. We'll move on to the next part. The next part is to copy directory. So it's also important to note that directories are not like files. So to copy a directory, we have to use the recursive, which is the cp-r, the directory 1, and the name of the new directory we want to copy to. So let's demonstrate this. Let's go and make a new directory. We'll say mkdir fixit1, fixit2. Let's say cd into fixit1. And we'll say mkdir botnet 1, botnet 2, botnet 3. And we say ls. Now, if we go back to desktop and we say ls, okay, say copy cp-r, the directory which is fixit1 and the destination directory fixit2. Oh, cp-r fixit1 fixit2. Good. Now the content of the fixit1 directory has been copied into fixit2 directory. So if we cd into fixit2 right now and we ls, you can see fixit1 with all its content has been copied into fixit2. So if we change the directory into fixit1 that now resides in fixit2 and we ls, we can see that it all exists. And if we say cd to /fixit2, Okay, cd, and we say ls. No, it says cd to fixit1, and we say ls. As you can see, the file here is the same thing that we now have in fixit2. You can see fixit2, which contains fixit1 content in itself. So basically, that's how to copy a content directory into another directory. So the move, which stands for MV, when used, will rename a directory. So how do we use this command? It's very simple. Let's say we on same desktop. Let's say we want to rename this Fixit2 to Fixit3. So this is what we do. We say MV, the source directory or folder, so the new name or directory or folder we want it to become. So we say Sunday here. And we say enter. Now, if we ls, you can see no more Fixit2, but rather we have Sunday is here. So the mv command is used to rename a directory, an existing directory, into a new directory based on the argument supplied that we use the mv command, specifying the source directory we want to rename and specifying the name of the destination or the new directory we want the directory to become. Next is the link, symbolic link. In this case, the file path between two file paths of directory. So we can use the hard. In this case, this is a hard symbolic link. However, the caveat between this, the hard and soft symbolic link, is that for hard symbolic link, you can only create link to two directories or files that are in the same directory. So what does this imply mean? If I am in the desktop and I want to link Fixit1 and Fixit2 and both of them are in the desktop, it is okay. But soft link has a more powerful authority. It's not confined within the directories. It can span from another directory to another directory via linking. So we'll be demonstrating this shortly. Let's discuss the linking between two files. For example, using the ln, which is the link command. So the link command is used to link between two files or create link to a new file. It is known as the hard link. To use this command, users have to be in the same file system. What it implies is that to create a link between two files, users has to be in the same directory. We are describing this here to demonstrate that we can create multiple files within a directory and link between these two files. For example, let's say we are creating a link between two files that reside on the desktop directory. We use the ln command. So let's make two directories. For instance, we make directory, botnet, and botnet. Sorry, let's go to the desktop first, because this is where we want to see a demonstration of what we're doing. As you can see on the desktop, recite only a new folder or directory. So let's make a new directory called port1 and another directory called port2. Now, both of them are in the same file system or root directory, which is the desktop. Now we cd into port1 and we create a file called live1. Now we cd back to our desktop and we play. So since bot1 and bot2 are two directories that reside in the same file system, which is the desktop, to create a link, not a symbolic link, sorry about that, to create a link between live1 and a new file that will be calling or naming live2 in bot2, we just use the ln command, the file path, which is slash, or we can say bot1, since we're in the desktop already, and we say live1. Then we'll say create a link to this file in the directory bot2, and we call this file live2. And we hit enter. Now we have created a file called live1 in bot1. Then we move on to the directory bot2 and we say create a new file live2 and link it to the file live1 that resides in the bot1 directory, which is found in the root file system of the desktop. So if we cd into bot1 and list, we can see live1 is here. And if we go back and go to bot2 and we list, we can see there's a new file called live2. However, to make you understand that these two files are linked, we can say ls-la. Okay, we cd into bot1. Okay, and we say ls-la. And you can see live1, right? Then we go back and we cd into bot2 and we say ls-la. Now we can see that this is live2. If we make changes in this live2, it will be reflected to the file live1. Now let's demonstrate this by saying nano live2 and we hit the enter. So nano is a text editor that comes with the Kali Linux operating system. So we can say we had to shoot this course and skip the Friday deadline due to sound check, and we sincerely apologize for that. Here is our new and first course for the year 2024, and we click. Now to exit, we say Ctrl X, save the buffer, yes, so the file live2, enter. So if we say cut live2, you can see this is the changes we made in file live2. Now if we cd back to, let's say cd to port 1, no, cd to port 1, cd to desktop port 1 directory. Oh, this is new. cd, so say ls. So if we go into the port 1 directory and we say ls, and if we start live 1, you notice we made a change to live 2, not live 1. And if we hit enter, you can see the changes we made to the file live 2 is reflected to the file live 1. However, this is possible because both files reside in two different separate directories that reside in the root file system of the desktop, which is the desktop itself. So the limitation of using the hard link is that for you to create a link between two files, they both have to be in the same file system. In this case, port 1 and port 2 are in the desktop file system. Also, another limitation is that you can only link between two files. You cannot link between two directories using the hard link. So that's it. Links are good for pen testers in the sense that when you gain access to the system, you can create a symbolic link to the file found in the system into a specific hidden path known to you. So here we are describing the soft link, or also known as the symbolic link. So each time changes are made in that file, you can be able to tell and see those changes. However, to achieve this, it is best to use soft links, which we also describe, as hard links have a few limitations. They can only be used in creating regular files and not directories or special files. Hard links cannot span multiple file systems. To link files or directories, adopting the soft link methods serves better. So let's say, okay, we also want to make changes in file live 1. Say nano live 1. Okay. Say we will ensure that we do not make such mistakes again. Thank you for your understanding. Yes. Now we're in bot 1 directory and we made a change to live 1. Now if we cd back and cd into bot 2 and cut live 2, you can see the changes we made in live 1 file that resides in bot 1 directory also reflected in live 2 file that resides in the bot 2 directory. So basically, this is how to use the hard link when linking between two files that reside in different directories. However, those both directories reside in the same file system. In our case, the bot 1 and bot 2 reside in the desktop file system. So we have to remove this to be able to do further demonstration in the future. And if we ls, those directories are gone. Okay, next now is using the soft link by specifying -s or -s. To use the soft link or symbolic link command, ln-s has to be specified. This has no limitation. It can be used to link directories in different file system paths from the root system. Users has to be in the root system, then specify the full path of both directories they wish to link. So we'll be demonstrating this with a lab. Now, let's say we create a directory in the on the desktop, and we say this directory should be called virus total, and we ls. Okay, we have the directory here, and we cd to the root, and we cd to root downloads. And we ls. Okay, remove. Ls. So let's say we create Mkdir. We'll make Splunk ls. Now we can link Splunk to the new directory virus total we created on our desktop file system from the download. So how do we do this? We just say we go to the root file system itself. Now we're in the root tree. The next thing we have to do is to specify the path. So we know that the downloads file system resides under the root user, and the desktop file system reside also under the root user. However, they are both separate file system of their own, independent file system of their own. So if changes are made in downloads, it wouldn't affect what is made on the desktop. However, with the soft symbolic link, we can link between these two directories, and whatever that is done would reflect on both directories that are linked. So how do we carry out this? We say, first we have to go to the root itself. We're already in the root tree. Then we say ln, which specifies that we want to link between two directories. -s means we are creating a soft symbolic link. If we do not specify the -s, it's not going to link. Then we say we are going to the root, and we are looking for a directory that's called downloads. And we are looking for another directory we created that we call Splunk. Then we are moving out from that path. We are going again to the root. We are looking for a file system or directory called desktop. And we want to link to another directory called virus total we created on the desktop. And we hit enter. Now, this command has been executed. If we cd into root and desktop, and we say ls -la, you can see the virus total is here, right? And if we say ls is here, right? Now we cd into virus total. Whatever changes we make into this virus total, irrespective of being in a different file system, which is the desktop, it will reflect into the Splunk directory that we created in the downloads file system. So let's do it this way. We say we want to make as much files. We say mkdir Facebook is hacked. We are creating a directory this time around inside virus total. and Tesla is not. LinkedIn is cool. I will click enter. If we ls, we can see this directory is created, and you can see it reflects this is a light or sky blue. It reflects the directory we are linked to and specifies the new directories that we created. And if we say ls minus la, it will list the directories that we created and also list the directory that it is linked to. So you can see Splunk is a directory that is located in the root, downloads, and Splunk. So this is how to find information about a linked directory. Usually, forensic investigators would always use this method. Let's say they discover that a compromised system is being accessed by a hacker, and the hacker has created a cron job and specify actions in those directories. So what a smart forensic investigator who wants to crash the server of the hacker would do is that they would locate this link directory that is accessing a particular directory or file, and they will create a file that looks similar to what the hacker is backing up and append that file with a malware. So whenever the backup occurs from the link directory to the attacker's server, it's uploading the newly created file that has the same name of the file that he created or linked to. So basically, when that file executes on the server or do whatever it ought to be done on the server, that will crash the attacker server. So this is how you can do a reverse, like hacking the being from the victim to become the person that is doing the hacking. So we can go back to now we're in the desktop. Let's go back to the download. Then we say cd to root and cd to download. Oh, cd to root, that was a wrong spelling, and cd to downloads. And if we say ls, okay, now if we cd to the directory Splunk, and we say ls minus la. Oh, okay. Now this is the child directory, right? That we link into a parent directory. So let's make a file here. Let's say touch file 1 and file 2 and file 3. Now we hit enter, ls. Okay, let's go back to our desktop. And we ls, and we cd into virus total. Say ls, and we cd into long ls. So now, because we are linked directory to directory, not file, whatever changes we make in the child directory will be reflected to the parent directory we are linking to. So basically, we created a new file in Splunk that resides in the file system. And when we head back to our current directory that we created a soft symbolic link to, we can see that the file is reflected in the directory that is linked. And if we say ls minus la, okay, we go back. Okay, so ls minus la, and you can see this is this directory that resides in the download directory as this file path. So if we go to this directory and create a file, it's going to reflect this. Now, the best option, again, we can do to show that we can also create information in this file, and it's going to reflect to the child directory. So let's say we cd to Splunk. Let's now we'll say nano file 1, and we hit enter, and we say soft links are cool, and we can use it often. Okay. Yes. Also, one other thing about soft link as well is you can create a directory and link it to other file system that is accessible to by other users. So basically, if you make changes to a file, let's say it's a document or a memo in the office, whenever those users go into their directories, they can be able to see the changes you made. So if we cut file 1 and we go back to root, cd to downloads, cd to Splunk, ls, and we say cut file 1. And you can see that the same changes that we made has been reflected there. And if we even add another file here in this child, or we say we add another directory here in this child directory, say mkdir, we say Kali underscore commands ls. Now we've made another directory here, right? If we go back to root and go back to desktop and go to Splunk and we say ls, you can see it has also reflected. Sometimes Kali would always be very, very funny. So we see it to root. We see it to desktop. Ls, cd to virus total, ls, and we say cd to Splunk. So ls. Now you can see the directory we created in Splunk, which is the child directory that is linked to this parent directory, as reflected. So even if we go into this Kali here and we say make a touch file, let's say touch Monday, we walk and we hit enter and we say ls. Now inside the Kali underscore commands directory, we created a file Monday we walk, right? So we cd to the root and we go to cd to download, cd to Splunk, cd to Kali underscore command, then we ls. So you can see Monday we work is also here. So symbolic links are very cool. They are very, very cool. They make it easy for you if you're trying to communicate between different users. You just make a directory and link them into the same parent directory. So whenever they make changes to their files, you'll be able to see, and you can also make changes to those files and correct it. And to see a list of directories or files that have symbolic link, you just have to use the command ls-la in the directory that is linked. This would display all the hidden files and files as well, and would tell you which of the files or directories are having a symbolic link or soft link, and also point the file path or the file system where the child directory is residing. In this case, for Splunk, it's residing under the root, download, and known as the Splunk directory. So this is how to use the soft link, also known as the symbolic link. It's awesome, and it's a very simple way pen testers should use to create files or link between two directories. CD, desktop, CD to root, desktop, ls. So that is all for the directory commands. We'll move on next to file commands in Kali. And here we'll be describing how to create files and grant permissions or access rights to files. So the first on the list here is to create a file. To create a file, we use the touch command. The touch command will allow users to create file with the name of the file specified. So let's say we want to create a file called cook. We'll say touch using the touch command, and we'll specify the file name, let's say cook or cooking. And when we ls the directory where this file is created, we would see the file today. Now the next command is the cp command, which stands for copy. It allows the duplicating of the content of the file into another file name specified. So let's say, for instance, let's use leafpad, so leafpad cooking, and we say cooking is very tiring when you have to work, but food is essential to have energy to work. So we save this file and save it, save, and if we add cooking to be sure that this is there. Okay, so you can see, as you can see, the effects. Leafpad is another cool editor anyway. However, I prefer using Nano, as Leafpad has its own limitation. If you're trying to use it to edit a file that has a lot of words or text in it, it does crash. It can't hold information that long or too heavy. So now we have created the cooking file and we have inserted text content in it or information. Now to copy cooking into another file called baking, we use the cp command specifying that we want to copy. We can also say cooking. Then we say the new file we want to create and copy the contents of cooking into. We say baking and we hit enter. Now ls, we now have baking, and if we cut the baking, we can see that the same content that is in cooking, as you can see, cooking is now in the new file we created called baking. Now let's say we want to make changes to this baking. We say nano baking. Do you mean cooking or baking? And you say S. Yes. Good. If we cut cooking, it's still be there. And if we cut baking, you can see. So these are two different files right now because they are not linked. So whatever changes we make in these two different files would not reflect in both files. Now let's say we want to create a new file called dishes. And we want to see the interactive. We say copy baking into a new file called dishes. Let's specify the argument I. Okay. So here it has copied it. And if we ls, we can see dishes. And if we cut dishes, you can see, do you mean baking? And if we say okay. Now you guys are making this convo weird. Cooking, baking, so the dishes. What is going on? And you say file, and you save, and you close this. Now, if we say cut dishes, you can see that the changes we made in dishes is there. And if we go to cut baking, it's different. And if we go to cut cooking, it is also different. So basically, the cp command is the easiest way to copy a file and its content and rename a new file and copy the content in the previous file into it. The next command here is the move file mv. The move file command is used to rename a file into a new file. So basically, to use the move command, you have to specify the file you want to name and the name of the new file. So let's go back here. Now we have baking, cooking, and dishes. Let's say we want to rename dishes to let's say we want to rename dishes to swimming. So say move dishes, which is the file we want to rename, and specify the new name, swimming. Now, if we hit enter and we ls, we can see that baking is still there, cooking is still there, and dishes has been changed to swimming. We can also use this to rename directories as well. ls, and we'll say move directory me time to all time. And if we ls, you can see the directory me time has been moved to all time. So this is how to use the move to rename file to rename directories. Remember, you have to specify the mv command, the file you want to change or rename, and the name or the new name you want to assign to the file. So we say in this case, Brian, and we hit enter. And if you can see, we have renamed baking to frying. So that is how to use the mv command in renaming files or directories. So let's remove this content so we don't make things complicated. So you can see right now we are using the recursive argument to remove both directories and files. All this will all go away. And if we ls, you can see all go away. So recursive is very good to remove or rename a file or directory, irrespective of the permission. So the next on this is the cat file. So cat command is to show the content of a file. Let's say we create touch file Batman, and we say nano Batman. Okay. Batman. I am Batman. And we say X. Yes. Good. So when we cut the file name, we'll be able to see the content of the file. So this is an easy way to get information about the file via the terminal. The next command on the list is cat file, cat greater than sign file. So the cat greater than the cat greater than command is used to specify a file name and allow users to add content to it. So let's say we want to create a file and also add content to the file at the same time. We'll say cat Wonder Woman. And now the cursor will be blinking for us to add the content. We'll say Wonder Woman. I am Wonder Woman. And you are Bruce. Right? And we say, now, notice when we do this, we have to hit enter before we close this file. If we don't, the changes would not be reflected on the file. So if we say cut Wonder Woman now, you can see the Wonder Woman file was created. And if we cut, you can see the content was also added. So this is a very simple way to create a file and add the content at the same time instead of creating a file and editing with a text editor. The next command is more command. This command is used the same function as cat, but however, it displays all the content of the file. Like cat will display certain information, but the more file will display all the content. Let's say we leave part Wonder Woman. Okay, let's say we see B, A, now say cat Wonder Woman. Okay, the content of this file is not much, but in some cases, when the content of this file is much, it will not display all. However, if we say more Wonder Woman, see, more will tell us that we have additional 5% of the file. So we keep clicking the tab, and you'll be seeing the percentage would be increasing until we get to the very last part of the file. And when we say this, you can see all the content of the file was displayed. Unlike using the cat command will display only a few lines of the file. So more is good if you want to read a text file via the terminal because you're afraid that the text file might have malware in the file. You just use more and specify the file name, and everything will be reflected via the terminal. So you're reading the contents of the file without actually opening the file. And if there is a malware in the file, then you're free from executing the malware. The next command is the head command. The head command is used to display the first 10 lines of the file. So let's say to say head Wonder Woman, and this is considered the first 10 lines. If we say tail, in this case, we cannot differentiate this, so let's add something different to this Wonder Woman file. So we can copy this, so say save, and now if we say tail Wonder Woman, you can see we gave spacing in the file, right? And now it's showing just a blank space considering as the first 10 lines of the file. And let's say we do this and we say leave part. Let's remove the space. First 10 lines, right? Let's remove the space. Get file save. Tail Wonder Woman. You getting this? Okay. Tail. Batman. Okay. For some reasons, I don't know, the Wonder Woman file is not displaying accurately. This is also another problem with running the Kali in VirtualBox. Sometimes you'll be having these errors, so you have to run the sudo apt-get update or upgrade. So let's consider nano Batman. I have all information about DC hero here. I choose not say I am rich. I have a superpower. I have all the girls. I am generous. I am Batman. Now, if we say tail Batman, you can see this is the last 10 lines. However, this text content is not so rich, so it's just displaying exactly everything that is in the file. So in the case of where we have a document forwarded to us and we don't know the content of the document, we can just say tail and specify the file name, and the last 10 lines of the file will be displayed via the terminal or on the screen for us to see. The next here is we have the head -20. So it's the same thing, but now we're saying instead of the first 10 lines by default using the head command, we want to display the first 20 lines of the text document. And also for the tail, it's still the same. We are trying to say we want to specify the last 20 lines of the text document. WC command specifying the file name displays the total number of lines, words, and bytes of a file. So this is this here, we say WC Batman. We can see we have 8 lines, 34 words, and the file size. Now, there's to confirm this, we use a tool called exif tool. Exif tool, we specify the file name Batman, and you can see if we cross-check with the information we have here, the file is 156 bytes, which is here. The file has 34 word count and has 8 lines. So the WC command is a very simple way to get information about the file. To encrypt the file, we use the GPG command. So here, once you use the GPG command and specify the -c argument, it's going to compress the file name that is specified and also ask for you to supply encryption keys known as password. So let's say we say GPG -c, then we say Batman, and we also specify the extension .gpg. If we hit enter, okay, GPG -c Batman. Now it asks for a password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll click enter. Now, if we ls, we can see that Batman has been encrypted. So we can now remove Batman. ls batman.gpg will be there. So let's say we want to unencrypt Batman to a text file. We say gpg. This time we will not specify the -c argument. We just say batman.gpg. And we'll click enter. Good. And if we ls, now we can see we have Batman file, and we also still have batman.gpg. And if we say cat Batman, you can see we still have the same content. So that's all for the file commands, and these are essential commands you should know as a pen tester and ethical hacker. So in this next course, we'll be discussing how to look for or locate binary files using the commands. To locate a specific binary file, we use the command locate. When we use the locate command, it displays every occurrences where the binary file is located. The locate command uses a database that is updated once daily. If the locate command is used after a fresh installation, there are chances that not all information about the binary file will be located or displayed. So for example, let's say we want to locate Bobsuit. We can say locate, then we specify the binary file name or the application. So basically, Bobsuit is a binary application designed for penetration testing for web application and mobile application. So we can say Bobsuit, and every directory where we can locate Bobsuit will be displayed, and all the files that are required or necessary for executing the Bobsuit program. The next command is whereis. The whereis command is used to locate the path or directory which a binary file is installed. For example, if we say whereis Bobsuit, it tells us that it's located in two paths or two directories. One is in the user bin Bobsuit, and the other one is in the user share Bobsuit. So basically, using this command is going to give us insight where the binary file is located or installed. This is necessary in case you try to update newer version of a binary file. You can just download it, unzip the file, then you copy the binary file application to the directory or this path, which is the user bin Bobsuit or user share Bobsuit. The next in command is the find directory path name. So basically, this find directory is used to look for a directory file or the name of a file where it's installed in the directory. So any file can be located on the user's machine using the find command by specifying the directory and name of the binary file. So let's say, for instance, we'll say find user share -type file, f for file, name, and say Bobsuit. and we wait for a few seconds. Usually this takes time, depending on the system. So basically, when we use the find, it's trying to locate the path, the full path where the Bob suite application is. So if we say cd to root, say cd, and we copy this and we paste. Sorry. Say cd / user share 10 overwrites, and with ls we can now see the Bob suite. These are all files, and if we say cut Bob suite, and you can see it's a Bob suite, it's a binary file, sorry, a jar file, means a Java file. And if we say nano Bob suite, you can see, so it contains it's a Java file. So basically it contains code based or code application design with a Java code. So we can say close. Now let's say we want to find all files or currencies of a specific application. Let's say, for example, we want to look for Apache application, for example. So we'll say find okay, let's say locate Apache. Okay. Just a second. We want to. Okay, so Apache is installed in the etc directory. So we say, for example, we say play find etc/Apache, type the file name, then we say all occurrences of Apache. Sorry, use the wildcard, and when we list, okay, sorry about that, cd, and we okay, just a second. Oh, okay, sorry, we made a mistake. It's supposed to be Apache 2. Apache is no more on the system. So let's say we say locate and we move back to this, say Apache 2. Now all file, and we say, now you can see in the etc, all files that have the Apache 2 in the etc directory were listed. In this situation, it is the Apache 2 config file. So we can copy this. Let's say I don't know if how big. Okay, nano, and we paste this. and we enter. So you can see this how it's about 225 lines. Luckily, we didn't use the link file. So this is the configuration file for Aperture. So another method is this: if we say we are in the root directory, and we go back to this. Okay. And we type this. So irrespective of where we are or what directory we are, if we use the find and specify the directory we want to look for, it's going to list all files or directory that exists in the given name we specify. So let's say, for example, we also do this. We remove Apache 2 here. Okay, we just say in the etc directory, and we say all files and directory to Apache 2, and we click enter. So you can see in the etc, these are all the files of Apache that is there. And if we just say we don't want in the etc, we want the entire root itself, we can just remove the etc. So the / is the root tree of the Kali, and we click enter. It's going to list a tons of files. So it's from the root right now. It's scanning all the directories to look for where there is Apache 2. And wherever directory there's any file that has the name Apache 2 will all be listed. So now you can see here there's a lot of Apache files, Apache 2 files that are listed here. So now the next is the grep command. Okay, let's do something very unique right now. Let's say we just want to grep only Apache files that has the P character in it. We use the grep command, and it is used to filter searches. Usually it follows immediately after the pipeline symbol and comes before the specific condition. So what is the specific condition? Is it character, a word, or a phrase? That is exactly what we consider the specific condition. And in any specific condition that is given, we have to use the wildcard at the end of the specific condition. So basically, we're just saying that everything that has to do with this and has the occurrences in all the directory or the paths we have given should list it out. So for example, let's say for this right now, we're in the root and we just want it to filter based on P. We can say this. Sorry, let's clear this out first. So let's say we're in the root right now. Okay, let's say we say find in the root type file minus name Apache 2. Now we say pipeline grep list all file that has P in it. So now it's going to scan the root directory and all the Apache files that has P in it will be listed. Now we hold on. Oh, sorry. We are supposed to give dash type. You have to be very careful. It's very easy to make syntax errors, especially when you type a lot of commands. So there is none. Okay, let's say okay, grep 8.1. Good. Now you can see under the root we have this, the user lib and PHP SAPI Apache 2. So let's say we want it to be, okay, let's remove the grep commands. and do something like this. Okay, good. Now from the root, we can see all the directory that has to do with 8.1, right? And you can see we have only one. And if you look at the grep we use here, you see that it's only one as well, which is the the user library PHP 8.1, which is here. So let's say we want to specify just 8.2, and we'll say grep just list 8.2. You're going to see right now, it's going to just list this. So let's say we want to just grep only Apache as well. It's going to list all those files that has Apache in it. Oh, sorry. It's common to make those mistakes, especially when you're typing for a long time. Okay, so specifically, we use this to if you don't state the grep command, it's not going to list it. So this is a problem when you're typing commands. You have to be very careful and know how to use this command. A syntax or a little mistake can, make you feel like you don't know what you're doing. And it's common in cybersecurity or in penetration testing. When you've worked so hard for so long, you're bound to make this type of mistakes. So another command here is to find based on alphabet characters supplied. So this command allows us to locate the file name that starts with the initials indicated in the directory path specifier. E.g., for example, let's say we want to find, okay, and we say type, find in root dash type is a file, dash name, let's say we supply AP. Okay, you see something right now? So both Apache, both anything that has AP, both app will be listed. So this is a very easy way to also locate or look for files. You can see here both Apache 2, Aporamo, because we specified AP. So however, let's say we just want to give additional, let's say we give Apache back and we hit enter. So now you can see everything that has Apache in it or has, Apache in it is displayed. And let's say we give more additional information. Let's say check and we hit enter. So none. So let's say we give Apache and we put hyphen and we hit enter. Okay. Good. So sometimes when you increase the characters and you don't get information, like compared to the last time we didn't put the asterisks, but it searched for those characters and listed the files. It's always advisable to append the wildcard at the end of those characters. This will also help you to execute the commands easily without having doubts if you know what you're actually doing. So searching or finding a file is very easy. It's not something complicated that much. And we'll move on to the next part of this course, which is the file permission command. So basically, the file permission command talks about giving or granting permission to file. And these permissions are based on the read, the write, and the execute. So file permission commands. To have a clear understanding of the file permission, we must first understand the octal and binary representation of file permissions. Considering the table below, for example, the first row has the binary numbers, and the octal representation is on the second row, which is from 0 to 7. And the third row is a description of the permissions or rights to a file. So the arrow WX means read, write, and X is for execute. So, for example, if you have a file and you have the file name has 000, it means a user, it means owner, group, and user have no permissions to the file. Of course, if an owner writes a file, he definitely grants himself the number 7, which means he has access to read, to write, and to execute the file. In Linux, there are 3 sets of people which a file can apply to. They are owner, group, and others, usually referred to as users. Instances, if we have a file that has the chmod, which is change mode 740, it implies that the owner of the file is able to read the file, write to the file, and execute the file. Hence, assign the number 7. The number 4 implies that group added to the file are able to only read the file and cannot write to the file nor execute the file. Others or users are not able to read nor write to the file or even execute the file. Hence, the number 0. So, for instance, for those who work in cybersecurity agencies such as the CIA, FBI, that has security clearance, you will notice that certain files are classified in the case that they are top secret, secret. And in this case, those files are based on permission, encrypted files. So basically, if the specific user or persons trying to access the file doesn't belong to the group that has been assigned the rights to view the file, they will not be able to see the file. Whatever message or notification that has been appended to the file would always be popped up whenever they try to access the file. For example, if they try to access the file, they don't have access to read, write, or execute. If they try to access the file, you will see a message like access denied or classified information. So let's give an example. Also, be aware that to give permissions to a file, you use the octal number, not the binary number. We just try to use the binary row side of the table to explain the interpretation of the octal number, where on the last part, of the octal number 7 is represented by 111 of the binary number. So let's get straight to it. Let's fire up our device. Now the chmod, which is known as change mode, is used. Then we specify the number, which is the octal number that represents the permission, then the name of the file we want to grant the permission. So for example, let's say cd to desktop, ls, let's remove those files, batman, batman.jpg, and Wonder Woman. Good. Now, let's say we create a file, touch permissions file. Now, if we say ls minus la, you can see the file. So by default, the owner of the file has the read and write permission, as a group, only read permission, and as a user, only read permission. So now let's say we want to change the permissions by giving access to all users, groups, and owners. So what we say chmod, which stands for change modification. We specify number 7, which means all rights. Then we specify the file name, which is permissions file, and we hit the enter. Now, if we click, we type the command ls-la and look at the file right now, you can see the rwx, 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 and you can see the file has, the light green color, and this means the file is executable. All files that are executable in Kali are always in this color. And this means from here, the owner has this right. From here, the group has this right. And from here, an ordinary user has right. So file permissions are very essential, especially if you're working in the government organization or high classified organization as a cybersecurity expert. So let's say we want to specify who owns the file. We use the chi-own. So chi-own, which means change ownership. We can say chi-own, let's say root, which is the username, and the file name files, permission files. Permission file, the files of files. Okay, permission file, permissions file. Now, if we ls-la, you can see the root is the owner, although the root has always been the owner. Later on, we'll be demonstrating this when we change the permissions of this file with another username we'll create. That will come around when we add a user to the box itself. Also, we can change the file of a group ownership. So the file ownership for user or owner and group can be changed as well. Using this command, chi-own, we specify the group, the username we want to change, and the group they are into, and the name of the file. So for example, let's say we say chi-own, the username is root, then we do the colon, the group name, let's say user, we don't have such, right? I'll say permissions, sorry. So you can see there is invalid group name user. But later on, we will be describing this when we create a new user that has its own group. Then we'll specify the name we have assigned them to. We'll create a new group, then we'll assign a user to that group. Then let's say we want to change the ownership of the group that can access the file. We'll specify the username of the person and the group they belong to and the file name. So this would specify that the person that the username has been specified that belongs to the group has access or owns the file right now, which the name is given. So chi-own and chmod are just simple commands. They are just for changing file ownership and changing permission or rights to a file. The next is file compression in Kali. So to compress a file, before that, there are different file extension in Kali. We have the .tar, the .gz, or the .gzip. This is These are various compression extension for files. So let's say, for example, with ls, we want to compress this permission file to a tar file. So basically, we use the command tar. CF means compress file. What is the name we want the file to be? We say, okay, we want the name to be Sunday. Then we specify the extension .tar. Then the next, which means archive, actually, that's what tar means. Then we specify the file we want to compress. We say, okay, permissions file. Then we hit enter. So basically what we are trying to say is type archive, compress this file into this name, and this is the file that we want to compress. And if we list ls right now, we can see we have the sunday.tar. But when we unarchive this file, and the content of this file is permissions file. So it's always advisable to be careful when you want to uncompress a file, because you might end up making a mistake where, let's say, the old file has been modified and you uncompress it, it's going to read this name and replace it. So to extract the archive of a file, we use the except. We specify the tar command if it's a tar file, then except means extract file, then the name of the compressed tar file. So how do we do this? We want to extract sunday.tar, right? We say, okay, tar, extract file, sunday.tar. Easy. And we say enter. And if we click ls, you can see it has replaced this file. Now, to prove to you that this is true, let's nano permissions file, sorry. And we'll say, hello, another interesting course. Let's see how it goes. And we'll say Ctrl X, yes, enter. Now, if we say cut permissions file, you can see, right? Now, let's extract this sunday.tar that is an empty file again, and you'll see it will replace this file. And if we cut the file, you see it's an empty file. So it's always advisable, let's say you zip a file that has maybe an intro document, then you have updated the original file, extracting the old file without renaming the new file, sorry, the updated of that old file into another name. If you extract it, the file will replace this file that has additional information, and you might end up losing all your information. So it's always advisable to be careful when trying to extract a file that has the same name to an updated file that resides on your box or computer. So let's say tar except, and we'll say sunday.tar. Now you'll see it's going to replace permission file. So if we say ls permission, sorry, we say cut permissions file, and you can see it's an empty file. So this is one of the most sensitive mistakes most people can. I have also done such a mistake whereby I updated an old file, then I tried to unzip the previously archived version of the file that has been updated, and I end up losing the whole information. So it's always advisable to be careful, especially if you want to extract an old file because you want to compress some information. You should rename it to something else that is different from the content of what is archived. So another command here we can also use is the gzip. The gzip is also another way to zip a file, and in Kali. Just a second. So we're always removing this file so that you can follow up and know what we are doing. We don't complicate issues a lot. So the gzip command will create a .gzip file extension of the gzip file. So for example, let's say we create a file using the touch, and we call this file botnet Sunday. Now we say ls. So now we want to gzip this file. We just say gzip. It's very simple. Gzip is just simple. We say botnet Sunday dot gzip. Now click enter. Oh, sorry. We shouldn't specify the extension. It's only when we want to extract it. We say botnet Sunday. Now, if we ls, we can see that we have the botnet Sunday. If we say, okay, let's try something different, this is just an idea that came up, and we say you can see this is the limitation of gzip. Gzip, you just have to give the file name. Unlike tar, you have to specify the output name if it's different from what you want, and specify the file itself that you want to compress. So, okay. So if we ls right now, we can see that this is botnet Sunday. So botnet Sunday.gz is the file. And this is very interesting because with gzip, you cannot make a mistake. Even if you try to extract the file, you cannot have an updated file. You can see it's already there. Like it actually zipped the original file itself. It's not like it picked the original file, zipped it with another name, and kept the original file. So it's like the original file is zip or archive. So this is one of the also interesting part of gzip compared to tar. But the limitation is that you cannot give a specific name to the file you want to compress. So the next thing we have to do to uncompress the gzip, we use the gzip -d and the file.gz name. So using this command gzip -d and the file name.gz, while specifying the extension, we'll convert the gzip back to the original file. Note, gzip can only be used to compress files, unlike tar, which can be used to compress directories as well. So to compress the directory in gzip, first we must compress the directory in tar. So it's going to be like a single file. Then we compress gzip using the czf command. So why we're saying czf command is because we're trying to specify the compress the zip file, because the file has already been, the directory has already been compressed in tar before we want to compress it to gzip. So let's firstly uncompress botnet Sunday. We can say unzip botnet Sunday. We can say gzip -d, and we say botnet Sunday.gz. Now, if we look ls, now you can see botnet Sunday is back to the text file. Now, let's say we make a directory. We call it me1 and me2, two directories, right? And now, ls, we want to compress this directory. We can only do this with tar. We cannot do it with gzip. We say gzip me1. See, it's a directory. It cannot be compressed. So you say tar cf me1 me2. So, Okay, sorry, I made a mistake. Tar cf me1 dot tar cannot open in a directory error. It's not preparable expecting now. Okay, this tar.cf, right? Compress folder. Okay, me1 dot tar me1. Sorry about that. We did a mistake. So ls, now you can see me1.tar is already compressed, right? And we can say tar cf me1 me2.tar me2. Okay. So it's common whenever you're using commands, you should always be careful. Sometimes you become so good that you make these common mistakes. Clear ls. Now you see, now we have compressed this to a tar file, right? So let's say we want to now compress it to a gzip, because now it's in this. We say, okay, gzip is zf me1.tar .gzip. Yeah, zf me1.tar.gz and me1.tar, right? Okay. So if we click ls right now, you can see we have me1.tar.gz. And if we do the same, say tar.czf me1.tar. Sorry, me2.tar.gz, me2.tar. And for ls as well, you can see now we have me2.tar.gz. So let's remove this files, me1.tar, me2.tar. And we hit enter. Now you can see we only have me1.tar.gz and me2.tar.gz. So let's extract this file. We say gzip minus -d me1.tar.gz. And if we check right now, we have me1.tar. And because zip files or .gz files can only encrypt the name, it's not like we're going to rename the file. It's missing right now, or it's gone. And if we do the same thing and we say gzip minus -d me2.tar.gz, and we hit enter, and for ls right now, me2.tar.gz is gone. So basically, this is how you can compress a directory in gzip. You first of all compress it in a tar file. So now it's seeing this as just a single file, not like a directory that contains a lot of files. Then you can now gzip it into a .gzip file. And if you want to extract it back, you have to extract it using the gzip minus -d command and extract the file. But however, when you extract the file, which is a directory, it's not going to come out the entire directory. It's also going to come out as an extension, which is whatever file name it is, .tar, because it was first converted to a tar file, or yeah, it was first converted to a tar file before converted to a gzip file. So it's very simple. And with that, we have come to an end with file compression commands in Kali. Moving on to the next is a the process command in Kali. So we're moving on to the next part of the course, which is processes command in Kali. The processes command commands users can use to view the processes running on the Kali box. In the command list, we have the first command, which is ps. Type in the ps command in the terminal, displays a short summary of all the processes. So let's fire up our box and type the command ps. And as you can see, the process ID is 2315, and it's the terminal bash. And the next process that we run, or that is currently running, is the ps, which we type in the terminal with a process ID of 2493. So this is just a short summary using the ps command. On the list, next is the ps auxiliary. This displays an entire list of all the processes that is running in the background. So these processes belong to the Kali machine, which makes the OS functional. So if we say ps auxiliary and we hit enter, you can see these are all the processes that has to do with the Kali Linux OS running on our VirtualBox. Next on the list is the PS3. Using the PS3, we'll list all the running process in a tree-like diagram in the terminal. So let's type command PS3 and hit enter, and we can see, okay, TTY could not be found. Okay, so let's say, okay, we say PS and we say S. We can see all the processes. Oh, okay, we made a mistake. Sorry about that. We said PS3 all together. So this will list all the running process in a tree-like diagram. And from here, we can see that all these processes belong to the VirtualBox that is running the Kali OS. Then next, if we move further, we can see other necessary information, just like the genome session and the genome shell, which is this. And we are currently using the genome view from the box. Okay. Wait a second. So we are currently using the genome, and from here you can see a lot of information about the process in a tree-like diagram. The next is to locate the specific process binary path location. Let's say, for instance, we run the process ps auxiliary, and hold on, we have to minimize this a bit. And this is the list of process IDs. These are all the process IDs known as the PID. So let's say we say process 11, we'll say pmap process ID 1716. And as you can see, process ID 1716 here has to do with the libx. that's library executable. And if you see the users library executables, GSD fixed utility notify, and it publishes all the file and the signature. Also, it displays the size of picture of the file. So this is about 8 megabyte, that's 4K. This is about 4 megabyte. This is about 132 megabyte. So, and also it also display the permissions of the file. You can see read and write in this case. And for this one, it's just read alone. So basically, we use the PMAP specifying the process ID to view the path and additional information about a specific file or binary file. Next is top. When we type the top command in the terminal, it will list all the running processes, process ID, the CPU usage, and more information in the terminal. So let's say we run top. And as you can see, each process running and the ID is displayed, and the user that is running the process is there. The NI, which is the node, and also the time which the process is running. You can see here, this is shell. This is the VBox client, which is the visual box machine. And this is the command we just run right now, top. It's also a process running. So while you type this command, this process will keep running. So it's advisable to use the Ctrl+C to close the process. Additionally, we can just do this while it's running, and we just say Ctrl+Z, and you can see we paused or we stopped the process. And if we want to resume again, we'll just say, because this is stop, it's just one command, but it's displaying or listing multiple processes. So this is not counting. What is counting is the command that we executed. So if we say FD, which is foreground, space %1, which is the process we just paused, the ID, and we hit enter, and it's going to continue again. So we close this. The next is the next on the list is to kill a process. So we have to, for this, we have to launch the Firefox, because we're not doing anything on the PC. So if we kill any process right now, it's going to affect the work we're doing. So let's say, for example, we open our Firefox here. And we say PS auxiliary. And as you can see, this is the Firefox already here. And our background is transparent, you can see it. Now we want to kill the Firefox. We need to get the process ID. Sorry, we have to keep minimizing. And so now next we have to get the process ID, which is 2584, right? For Firefox. Now you can see in the background here, you can still see the window open for the Firefox. So once we say kill, and we specify the ID of the Firefox process, which is the first one here, the ESR, which is 2584. You will see now, once we hit enter, the Firefox will shut down. See, it's gone. So basically, this is how to kill a process. You type the command kill, and you specify the process ID. Next is clean a process by its name. So let's say you launch the Firefox again. and we say px auxiliary. And now what's the Firefox? The process should have another ID, 2928, right? But however, we don't want to kill it by the ID, we want to kill it by the name. We just say pq, then the process name. This is the process name. This name here. So we say Firefox dash ESR. And once we hit enter, you see again, the Firefox is gone. So you can either kill a process by ID, or you can kill a process by name. The kill all also is a command one we use to kill all the processes that are running under the same process name. So let's say we open Bobsuit in multiple interfaces, and we use the kill all, and we specify the process name. Every instances of the process that is running using Bobsuit will shut down or will be killed. So next is the FG, although we've used this command just now. The FG stands for foreground. So let's say we are pinging, let's ping a website called OneWeb. We ping OneWeb. So you have to specify the domain you want to ping up, or the IP address. So now we are pinging, and we'll say Control Z. Now we have stopped the process, right? So the next thing is we ping another website. Let's say ping Tesla.com, and we use the Control Z again, and we stop the process. So ping Facebook.com, and we do Control Z, and now we play. Now if we type the command job, you will see we run 3 processes. The first one is the OneWeb, and it was assigned the process ID of 1. The second, or the next, is the Tesla, which we ping, and it's assigned the process ID of 2. So let's say you're conducting a lot of event testing, and certain processes, you want to pause them and do something else. Let's say, for instance, you're testing to see if a domain is alive, and you got additional information you want to run, and you don't want to run this in multiple terminals window. You can just pause a process with the Control Z shortcut key. Then you type jobs. It will list all the process. So now if we want to resume this process, we type the command FG is for foreground, to make it to run on the foreground, or BG to run on the background. However, the caveat is that for FG, once we run the FG, we can pause the process again or close it. But for BG, once we use the BG command, it continuously runs until we close the terminal. So let's test this command. So we say FG, not BG. FG percentage. We say we want to resume job 2, Tesla. And as you can see, Tesla is executing. And if we say Control C, Tesla will be removed from the list of jobs. Tesla will be removed from the list of jobs. If we type jobs again, you can see Tesla is no more because we closed it. We did not pause it or stop the process. So we can decide to say, okay, FD percentage 1, and it should resume pinging OneWeb. Now, as you can see, we either Control Z, and if we type jobs again, it will show that OneWeb is still assigned the process ID of 1, and it's stopped. So let's say FD percentage 1, and we do Control C, and we clear this. Now, if we type jobs right now, we should only see one job, which is Facebook. So next, we're using the Facebook to describe the BG. So FG percentage, the job number, which we just described. The foreground command resumes the specified job ID. that was suspended. For example, FG%1 resumes job number 1. In a situation many jobs were suspended, users can locate a list of these jobs by typing the command jobs in the terminal. To suspend a job, use the shortcut key Ctrl-Z. Another command is the BG. So the BG resumes the most recently suspended job back to the background. And we can still use the same way, the BG percentage job number, and it's going to resume the suspended or stopped job again to resume. However, like we said, if we say, okay, BG now, percentage 3, you see what's going to happen? It's pinging, right? Now we say Ctrl-Z, it's no more going to close. See? And if we say Ctrl-C, it resumes again. Ctrl-C, even if you type anything, it's just continue running. So that's the caveat of using BG. Most things you should be doing is running the FG command. So we close this terminal and resume it again. The next command is the ls-off. So the list of command would list files that are open by each process. So let's say, for instance, we say list of. Now you can see all the processes running on our PC is displayed, and you will see something right now. Okay, let's just increase this for the sake of this to show you something. Now let's scroll to the top. Now you can see the process ID, system ID, right? We are the user, and the type is a directory. And if you see the device, this is our device 81. Size of the file in bytes. Now next, if you see, for instance, this system MD, the process ID is 1. It uses the file, this file, to execute. So basically, even for iNotify, the inode, it uses this file, and we are the root user running this. So basically, when we use this, it's going to display all the processes and the file path that each of the processes are using. So for instance, for this one, this particular process, this is the memory address. Actually, this is the memory address of the Unix of the file. And if you see this, this is the part where we can locate the file. And this is the file site. So that's it for list of using the ls-off command. It's a good command. Let's say we suspect that our system is moving mad, or kind of the fan is actually blowing way too much, which shows that there is something that is running in the PC. It might be a malware, it might be something that you're not aware of. So when you say this stuff, if the software malware is installed on your PC, you would be able to see the part where the malware or the software is executing from, and you can be able to tell that, okay, let's go to this part and see what this process is doing with that file that's using. So we move on to the next course, which is the system info command. It's a short command, not too much. So here we use the uname -r. This command will display the version of the Kali build our computer or machine is running. So let's say, for instance, we just type uname -R. You should be seeing something related to Debian or AMD. Okay, so this is 6.69 AMD 64. So this is the version of our Kali. And the next command is uname -A. So appending A to the uname will display a complete information of the current version kernel. So here we just saw only the version number, right? Now let's say we say uname -A, and you can see Linux Kali 6.69 AMD 64 and additional information and the date of release. So this is the current one that was released this year, and the GNU known as the GNU Linux is 8664. So that's it for the uname -A. The next in line of the command is hostname. So this command displays the system hostname. In this case, it will display Kali for us. So let's say hostname, and as you can see, it will display Kali. Now let's say we want to get additional information about our IP address. We can do it this way. We just say hostname -I, and we hit enter. So you can see this is our IP address, which is the local machine. Now, next, let's say we want to get more information about our username. We use the command finger. So using the finger command will display the information of the user logged in as name of the user, user's directory, and the command the user is able to execute, the date logged in, idle time during the logged in, mail info, calendar plans. However, Kali doesn't come with this by default. So you have to install this. So let's say finger, we are the root, right? Usually whenever you install a Kali or you log into a Kali, the user name is this, always this, starts with this. So let's say finger root, and we actually have this finger installed. But if you don't have it installed, you just do sudo apt-get install, then package name, which is finger, and that's all. You just get it installed. So now if we look at this command, we are logged in as what? The root. What's our name? We are the root. What is our directory? We are the root directory. What is the shell we can run? We can run the bin bash. We can run the bin bash. And when did we log in? Since Sunday, February 11th, which is today at 6:27 EST via the terminal. And the idle time since we logged in is just 25 minutes 6 seconds. So within 25 minutes 6 seconds is our idle time since we logged in this hour of this day. So, and we have no mail plans scheduled. We have no other plans scheduled. So we clear this. So that's all for the finger command, which is also the part of the system info command. So next is we move on to user and group command. Now we'll use the chi-own here. So let's say we want to get information about the user. All we just need to do is just to type the command ID, and you can see we are the ID as root, we are the group as root, and we are the group as root, and groups we are also the root user. So let's say for instance we want to add a new user into this system or into this box. All we just need to do is say add user, and let's say we want to add FIXITGEARWARE. Okay, already exists. Sorry. Let's say we okay, let's set it to home first. Set it to root /home. Just say cd to home. ls minus la. Oh, okay, it's a group. We added this later. We'll remove it. Add user. Let's say, okay, binary man 01. We'll say enter. And now it's going to ask us for a password. Let's just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we just skip this other part, which is just for educational purposes. Then you say yes. Good. Now, if we say now we go to ls. Sorry, play. We cd to root ls. Yep. So why are we not seeing our right? cd home ls. Good. So now we cd to root and we cd to home. We say ls, and as you can see, we can see the binary man. Play cd slash root cd home cd cd home ls. So if you can, as you can see, sorry, this is the new user we created, right? Now let's test this. We say, okay, hi, let's log out binary man 01, right? Okay. Now we want to log in. We say binary man 01, and we supply the password, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And once we log in, you can see right now the new user we created is here, and it should pop us a screen to set up the computer. Good. So we will just ignore this, and we just log out. Don't need to set it up. So now next we cd back to our actual user. Now let's say we want to remember we created a file, right? In the desktop, there's the botnet. Okay, let's cd to the desktop. We'll show you something right now. Remember, we created a file in the desktop and we said we're going to come back to this to describe the chi own file, right? Now, let's say we say ls minus la. You can see, oh, sorry, cd to desktop. Play ls minus la. And we can see botnet Sunday. Where are you? Okay. Where? cd to root. Where? cd to desktop. Okay. Now You can see the file, the botnet Sunday we created, right? It was root. Now let's say chi on. Okay. Cd root ls. No. Cd home. We need that name. ls. So binary man 01, right? Okay, we say cd to root, cd to root, cd to desktop, and ls minus la. Okay, now let's say chi on. Let the user be binary man 01, and let's say botnet Sunday file. Now let's say ls minus la. You can see right now, previously it was the root that owns it, right? And now we have changed the owner of the file to be binary man, which is the new user we just created. So this botnet Sunday now belongs to binary man. And binary man owns the file, means binary man can do whatever he likes to this file. And previously, when we created this file, we gave permission, right? And by the time we change the ownership, you can see that the file now returns to read and write. So binary man can read and write, and root now is now considered to be group. Sorry, as considered to be group and others because it's still written in the root group here. So if we add binary man to another group, it's going to be different, and this will be demonstrating right shortly. So let's say we go to cd root and we say user mod command and we specify the username. This command is used to modify users information. So let's say user mode binary man 01, and it will give us a list of arguments we want to do. We want to child, we want to grant shell, and a lot of information. However, we wouldn't do all these things because we don't want to use the account because it's a lab and we might forget this and someone else might just do something silly in the early notes in our labs. So basically, if you see -L shell, so new login shell for the user account. So if we give this person the shell command, they can now log in via shell and conduct a list of them. So right now, let's say we want to create a group. We say, prior to that, if we want to delete a username, we say user del, which means the user delete. Then we specify the name we want to delete. So for instance, if we use to delete the username, the account, the binary man will be deleted. However, we will not do that right now. We want to create a group and add binary man there. So we can say group add and specify the group name. Let's say binary man group. Sorry. Now, we can say this group should be created. And now this group is created. And if we want to delete the group, we just say group del -F to forcefully delete. And we say the group name binary man group. and this will delete the binary man group, and that has deleted the group. So next is, let's say we want to add a user to the group. So we'll create the group again. Let's create a group. We'll say group add binary man group. Now we have created a group again, right? If this group exists, we try to use it again, it's going to tell us that the group still exists. See? So because we deleted it before, that's why we can add it again. So let's say we want to add binary man 01 to this group. We say sudo, then we say user mode, which is modify. And remember then when we said user del, right? Sorry, user mode, and we didn't give arguments. It just asks us to give argument. So say -a, then G, the name of the group we just created right now is binary man group, right? And we say binary man 01, and we hit enter. Now, if you look at this right now, the binary man 01 has been added to this group. If we cd to desktop, sorry, cd to root and desktop, and remember we did the chi own, right? That binary man owns the file, right? And we'll say ls minus la, and now hold on. Okay, let's say id binary man 01. Now you can see binary man is a user. In the group is this. The groups that the binary man belongs to is binary man 01, users, and binary man group. So we've added binary man to this group, which means the binary man, right, has in this group, and it's in the binary man group. So let's say chi own username binary man 01 colon binary man group, and file name could be botnet Sunday. See? And we click play. Now if we say ls minus la, you can see right now binary man who is in the binary man group right now. So now the root user is no more, cannot access this file. The only person that can access this file is binary man and anybody that is in binary man group. So if we say id binary man 01, and you can see, and if we say id root, you can see it's the root. It's still in the root. So let's say we also want to add, we want root to have access to this file. So we will add root to this binary man group. So it means anybody that has the name binary man group, any user account, or the person that has that is in the group of the binary man group will be able to view the file if they are added to the group. So remember, initially we stated that for file, it is owner, group, and others. So the owner can view the file, the group members can view the file, and others as well if they are given access right. So understanding this, let's say we do not want others to view the file. This is where it comes in. We create the ownership of the file, we create a group, then we add specific accounts into the group. So if we want to add, specific users to a group, we just use the sudo user mode -ag command, then we specify the group we want to add them, and we list or add the names or the username account to this group. So basically, if they're in this group, they'll be able to read the file. But if no access right for others are granted to the file, they cannot be able to have access to the file. So that's it for the user group command. So let's delete this file. So to delete the groups or users, or let's say we want to delete binary man 01, right? From the group we just added him, which is the binary man group. You can say sudo g password delete binary man 01 from binary man group. And once we hit, we have removed him from the group, right? So if we go back to desktop and we do the ls minus la, you can see right now sudo g password, right? Okay, we'll say id and we say binary man 01. As you can see right now, he's no more in the group, but he will still, usually he's not supposed to be here. We revert this, right? Okay, we'll say chi on binary man 01 colon root, and the file name botnet Sunday ls minus la. Now good. So now binary man still owns the file, and we have removed him from the group. So any additional file that is added to the group would not be there. So with that, we have come to the end of the user and group command. So let's go to root. We want to delete the user account what we just created right now. So we'll say user del minus f binary man 01. Now if we click ls cd /home ls, okay, user del minus f binary 01. Okay, so the database has not updated yet, right? So let's log out right now to confirm. We say log out, and we say now we've deleted binary man 01. So let's try binary man 01, and we say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should bounce because the user doesn't exist anymore. See, so your password, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, sorry. So we'll be getting this bounce. It's not supposed to log. So basically, this user doesn't exist anymore because we've deleted the user. So that's all for creating groups, adding groups, deleting groups, making a user to own a file, adding a group to the file owned by the user, deleting a user from a group, and modifying a user into a group. So that's it for the user and group command. So we'll be moving on to the next chapter of this course, which is hardware info command. These commands are used to get information about hardware or computer system that is running the Kali OS. So we'll be running a few of these commands in the terminal for you to have an insight of what's really going on. The first on the list is the message command, which stands for display message. This will display the Linux version, boot image, BIOS, RAM information, and other advanced boot information. So we say display message, the message, and we hit enter. And on the box, you can see that it displays information about the VBox machine. So this is an easy way to get message about hardware when we are running Kali Linux on it. So basically, this is displaying the information of VirtualBox. We're running the Kali on the VirtualBox and not directly on the system. So remember when we started this course and started describing about the various directories that are on the boot, we said something about the process directory that contains the CPU info. So we cd to the root tree and we say cat process CPU info. So the reason why we said cat is because the CPU info is text the file, not a directory. And if we hit enter, we can see the processor, the vendor, CPU family, model name. So basically, this is our PC that is running the VirtualBox, and other information about the PC will be displayed. So, and also here we can see the power management. So currently we are on battery support. We're not going to see anything important. So here you can see this command will display the CPU information of the machine, which the VirtualBox that our Linux distro is installed on or runs on. Additional information includes clock speed, hash size, model name, etc. So another command again is the free -h command. Using this command will display the total memory available and in use. Additional info includes portable memory available and in use. So we'll use the command free -h, and you can see this is the memory or the RAM that the VirtualBox is using, and 1.3 gigabyte is in use and over 13 gigabyte is free. The shared memory is about 2 megabytes, and the buffer cache memory is about 121 megabytes. So this is the available RAM. Additional information is the swap memory. So this is about 2 gigabytes, use none, and free is there. So free -h will display about RAM size and information. Another command is the lshw. This command will display all the information of the VirtualBox machine and the computer hardware information it is installed on. By default, this command will not run, so we have to install using the sudo app and lshw. So, however, let's see lshw to have it. So we do. So if we don't have it, we would have just installed it. You can see information with deep information about the VirtualBox and our computer hardware. You can see this is about the VirtualBox and this is about our computer for i7. So the lshw is a command that can be used to view information of box and the computer device. Next is the LSDLK. So this will display information about the device in block and ROM of the machine running the Linux. So let's say LSDLK. You can see we have our drive. The total drive is 80 gigabytes. SDA1, which runs locally, part of the root. You can see it's mounted on the root. It's using about 78 gigabytes memory or the hard disk. SDA2 is using about 1 megabyte, and SDA5 is using about 2 gigabytes, which is the swap memory. So we can play this. The other one is the daemite code. This command will display hardware information of our machine on the BIOS. So let's say daemite code. So in this case, it's going to display the VirtualBox because it's not running directly on the PC. So you can see it's a VBox here. This is the current VirtualBox machine we're running, the current version. And what else? You can see the name and the company that manufactured the VirtualBox, Inotech GmbH, and their product is the VirtualBox. So you can see it belongs to family of virtual machines. So that's basically for this. The next is the LSPC IT. So basically, this will pay all the PCI connectivity and device of the machine which runs on the Linux. In this case, the VirtualBox machine. So if you say LSPCI PCI -DV, and as you can see, this is the VirtualBox get service, Ethernet gigabyte controller. This is the for PC. This is the Intel. This one is also for PC, and you can see here static database to data. That's for the LSPCI -DV. The next is LSUSB -DV. This command will display all the USB ports that are connected or found in our machine running the Linux. So we say LSUSB -DV. As you can see here, the boss port 001, the root call, the driver, and you can see here is the VirtualBox USB tablet. So that's all for the command to use to check the information. This is also good. I mean, if you're pen testing an organization and you want to have about the hardware, you can use this hardware input command. Most especially hackers, whenever they pivot into a network, they check this information to know more about the organization, hardware and network, to install their botnet, their zombie bot. So this is the bot that they call whenever they want to flood a network server or an organization web application to experience a service downtime or possibly crash the server application. So hackers are always trying to understand the memory, storage, and all this whenever they have access to vulnerable uh, network to host their botnet or malware that can secure botnet. So the next The next is hardware disk command. So this is specific to find disk information. And the first is df minus h. So it's a command that will list all disk files sizes and available memory. So if we say df minus h, you can see the first thing. The user's def is using about 7.6. Allocated size is this. Used is none. Available is this. The temporary file system uses about 1.6 gig. Used is 1.3. About 1%, and it's used by the run. The dev SDA1, which is where our Linux root file system is that contains other directories, is using about 77, has about 77 gigabytes, and over 65 of it is in use, and available is about 7.9. So the usage percentage is over 90% of storage, and is mounted on the root tree or the root file system itself. So temporary files also you can see, and additional temporary files, which is the log, and temporary files to user. So basically, df minus h is to get information of the storage allocation and the sizes and percentage usage and availability of storage, the assigned or the allocated storage for each of the file systems in the computer running the Kali OS. So another command is fix minus I. So if we use this, sorry, minus L, no, capital, no, minus L, sorry. So if we use the fix minus L, this command lists all the disks in their sectors, size, ID, and type. So you can see previously we got the SDA1. You can see, so these are all the disk sizes. Sorry, this is the sector. So this SDA1 is the boot sector. You can see it starts with over 2 megabytes and ends with over about 100 and well, let's call it about close to one, two, three, so close to 163. And the size is this, the ID is this, and the type is Linux. So additional is the extended, which was created, swappable, and the SDA5 as well, which is sorry, the SDA2 as well, which is extended. So basically, if you want to get information about the disk, the disk partition that exists in the hardware or the Linux box, we use the fx minus L, the small letter L. So the next command here is the du minus ah. This will display all kernel directory. So that is running on the disk and their size and usage. So let's say is du stands for disk usage minus a h. You can see, and it's a process. It continue running. So you have to stop it, and you can see, like for instance, the shell script.py. These are packages. So these are script, various scripts installed by Kali. It's using over 8K. That's it for the du minus h. Another command is the hdparm. So let's say we want to get information, details about data of the disk name that is specified. We use the hdparm, sorry, hd path minus I, we specify the dev, we specify the disk is, and we say, okay, SDA1. We hit enter. You can see for SDA1, you can see the buffer information. We can see the drive. Just hold on. Okay, you can see it's fixed. So first size fixed. And let's say we want to see additional information about SDA5. Okay, HD palm minus I plus dev plus SDA5. You can see the information on SDA5. The information on SDA5 is different from the information on SDA1. You can see the just want to show you something. 120, right? And this one is vector size is 512, 512, okay. So the HDA palm, sorry, the HD palm specifying the depth and the disk path to display information and data of the disk that is specified. So to get the list of disk, the F disk, right? Previously minus L, and these are the list of all the disks. That's categorically what we use the HD palm to minus I, which is correct. So if we say another command is the HD palm minus D small letter and capital T def and the disk name. When this is typed, the Linux will execute a speed test in the disk, and the speed test will display information such as timing cache rate and timing buffer take rate. So this will help you to understand if the disk is faulty, let's say SDA1, right? So this will help you to understand if the disk is faulty. You will know based on the response time. So if it's taking longer time to respond, that means the disk is messed up. So you can start thinking on how to fix it. The next is the bad block. So bad block basically is to check what part of the disk is bad or that has blocks that are bad. So the bad blocks command tests for blocks by disk name that are unreadable, which means they are not good. So you can fragment the disk. So you can say bad block minus S slash dev. Let's do for SDA5 because SDA1 is quite big. It take a lot of time. So, but for SDA5, just do DB. You can see taking time. If I've done for SDA1, that's about 70 gigabytes. So you can see taking for bad block, done. So if there's error report, it will display this. However, there is none, so it's going to skip this. So next is to use the du minus sh. The du minus sh command is used in the current directory. It will display the size of the disks that the directory is using. So for instance, if we say we're in the root tree, right? Say du minus sh within over 80 or 77 GB. Okay, so it's the root, it will not be able to access certain file because it's the root tree. However, if we just close this and say cd to home, and we'll say du minus sh, and see it's using over 17 megabytes, right? So if we cd root user to download, we have some files there. Ls, okay, cd to root, cd to download, okay, we'll say du minus sh. So cd to this, cd to download, cd to download. So sometimes we have files in the download. Sometimes it's always like this. So we cd to root desktop, desktop, ls. Okay, now we say du minus sh. You can see right now. So over 109 megabytes is being used by the desktop. I know you'll be asking just one folder. We actually have some files in this new folder. So that's why CLS right now you can see the list of files we have here. Quite a lot of files. We'll be back to root. Another command is the find mount or find empty. It will display all mount points of the file system in the Linux in a tree-like manner. However, to run this command, we have to be in the root tree. So we cd, then we say find mnt. You can see this for dev. We have dev, ETS, dev, SHM, dev, huge pages, and we have dev, Mkdir. So on the run, we have the run log. So the mount point and the subdirectory, you can see, will be displayed in a tree like. So this is, you can see the PROC. It's under the PROC directory. We have the system base. And you can see, hold on, where's the one that has? Okay, so you can see right now, config, yeah, sorry, this is what I was looking for. System kernel config. You can see here, right here, the system kernel and config. So this is where configuration file for the system is. So basically, this is all for command to check hard disk information and mount points of the file system. Like I said earlier on, the course, these are quite essential. You're really into cybersecurity, penetration testing, of system administrator. You should know command because this basically are things you'll be working with, irrespective of how other part of the organization, staff or team might be using a computer. You would definitely be working on the programming side, or likely the technical side of um, the organization. So basically, you would have to learn how to use this command. It's very essential to make your work not just cool, but as well straight to the point in what you're doing. As if you're just working with the GUI based access of application, you might find it stressful and difficult to get more information, especially when the files are hidden. So ls minus la will even show all the files, including the hidden files. So next on the course is install and update command. So basically, This is just a simple command to update and upgrade at the same time. On Linux, we use the sudo, sudo apt-get update and sudo apt-get upgrade. Then we'll specify the argument y, which means for every of the instruction yes. If not, we'll be asked question. So basically, when we run this command, we are trying to say superuser do get update for the Kali. Then after you've done installing the update, check if there are upgradable packages and download them as well. So we are giving you the argument yes for every of the requests that will be required us to prompt to give instructions like do you want to install this or that. Just run this thing straight ahead without something else. So basically, this is how you install update in Kali. And if you want to install a package, it's just simple. Yum used to be, but I think most the recent distro update was basically sudo. So sudo apt-get install package name. So basically, what we are trying to sorry, we specify the package. Let's say we want to install, let's say SQL map and see. So we already have it anyway. So, however, that's how to install tool. So the next is to remove a package. Let's say we want to remove a package. Let's say, okay, we want to remove finger, right? So it's sudo apt remove finger, and we hit the enter, and it will give us an argument. Okay, let's say no. I show you something else. Okay, sudo, we specify -y. So you can see right now, it's not asking us any prompt. So the reason why y will not be specified, you might make mistake and type the wrong package, and boom, you just uninstall the package. But if you are sure of what you're doing, just specify -y. Of course, after giving a space between the package and the argument of -y, as you don't want to be prompted on you want to uninstall this, you want to remove this, you want to remove that. At some point, it might become very annoying and boring for you. So another command here is the sudo vsudo. So this command will open the sudoers file here, and users are added into this file and saved. So basically, remember when we were adding users and creating an account for user, we added them to group. So, however, that user will not be able to run sudo command. Will just be able to run basic command. However, if we want them to run the sudo or user do command, just say sudo vsudo. So this is going to open the vsudo file, and as you can see, sudo v. Okay, let's see. Oh, Now you can see the root user, you can see privilege is all. So if we want to add a user to have the same right as the root user, we just specify the username. In this case, we say, what's that guy's name again? Uh, what's the name again we created then? So whatever user we add anyway, we add the user here. We can say, okay, we just press enter, and we write the username here. Or we just do this copy, and we just add the user. So once we specify the user is, once we add the user information here, the user will be able to perform super user command. Q&A. Vim is very, very Vim is QA, right? Wait, oh, okay, we can just add the user here. Just say username here, and we say all equals to all. So that means we are giving the person administrative right, and whatever we specify, the user will be able to conduct. So vsudo is a way of adding super user right to a newly added user name or user account to a system. So basically, let's okay, sudo, sorry, this is for Vim, right? Sudo nano sudo. Okay, cannot, you have to sudo leaf pad sudo. Sudo vsudo. So you can only edit this with Vim, right? So you can say O to view the file, then it takes some time anyway. When you try to type, see, we couldn't type. And if we do A, and we've added the user, but in this case, we're not going to add any user there. Just showing you, if you add a user account and you put the person is trusted and you want to give them super user right, this is how you do it. So that's it. We move on to the next, is network commands in Kali. So basically for network commands, we have commands that we can use to view IP addresses and information. So for instance, we want to see our IP address. This is what we do. We just say IP addr. Hey, IP addr. Hey, IP addr2. So if we do this, it's going to show us our IP address and information such as loopback. Another way we can do this as well, we can say ifconfig. You can see ifconfig display. So basically, that's how we do this. So that's for the IP address show, the command to display all the network addresses and interface. ifconfig, this one will also display the IP address netmark to back to machine or network. So that's it for IP address and ifconfig. Next is netstat PNLT. So netstat means network statistics, port number list, TCP, and UDP. So this command will display all active listening ports when entered, and this port may belong to TCP or UDP. So if we type netstat minus PN for port number, list, TCP, UDP, and enter, you can see all the TCP. However, it's just TCP right now. We didn't open Firefox. If we had opened Firefox and streaming the YouTube, you will see UDP port to be here. So, and if we say netstat NU TLP, it depends. It doesn't matter what order. So here we are saying number for UDP and TCP, port list them. So that's the same thing. Also list active listening port. Another one is the netstat minus A. This will list active internet connection running on the device. So network statistics, press netstat minus A to see all the active listening connections going on, and the box will be displayed. And you can see the ones that are connected, the ones that are still listening. On the next command is netstat minus 80. So this command will display all addresses that are TCP. So with the netstat minus 80, you can see all these are TCP. And the next is for UDP, we just say netstat minus AU address that are UDP. As you can see, these are the UDP port, which is based on the Kali. And yeah, the next is netstat minus L. Using this command, we display all active listening ports, so irrespective of UDP or TCP. Net, right? Minus L. You can see all listening ports are displayed. So this is very easy. Okay. So let's move on to the next section of the network commands in Kali. Just a minute. Let's get our box fired up. And let's terminal. Sometimes it takes time, so you just have to wait. This takes a few minutes. Okay, there we go. Terminal is up. We have to zoom. Some reasons. Control plus plus button is not working on my desktop. We've not updated our driver. It's responsible. Keyboard is functional, and this is just a lab computer, not often used. So straight to the point. Netstat minus R. This command would display all IP addresses in the kernel routing table. So basically, these IP addresses are used to determine where the packet is going to travel. what the internet protocol specified. So basically, this is the destination IP that was set, we set on our box. So if we try to communicate specific request, it's going to go to this IP address. Any other IP address that is not in the routing table will be ignored. So basically, the routing table is like filtering packets communication. That's the essence of a routing table. So when you have access to an organization network, get more information, you can just say netstart -r to see a list of IP addresses that are configured in the routing table, and you can try to see if there is any possibility to test those IP and check for open services and ports. So network commands in Kali is also, the routing network command in Kali is also essential. You have to know this. So the next part of the command is the I command, which stands for interface. So the netstart I command will display all network interface on the box or the machine. So here you can see we have the Ethernet 0, which is the base interface for IP address, and we have the loop back, which is usually the local host on the computer. So next we check for group IP addresses and information on the computer. So if we say netstart -G and we hit enter, this is going to tell us the type of interface and the group that belong to. So for our loopback is one. We just have only one loopback, and it's all systems multicast.net. So basically, in network communication types, we have the unicast, we have the broadcast, and we have the multicast. So sorry, we have the unicast, the multicast, and the broadcast. So this is the sequential order. Unicast is 1-to-1, and multicast is 1-to-many, while broadcast is 1-to-all. So basically, if you configure an IP to communicate with just one IP address on the network, you have done a unicast configuration. And if you configure an IP address to communicate to many IP address on the network, you have done a multicast configuration. And if you do an IP address configuration to communicate with all the IP address on the network, you've done a broadcast configuration. And you can see this is the group that our loopback is assigned to. And if you see the loopback IP fix all nodes, and the IP address of the loopback is this, the IPv6 actually. And for the Ethernet 0, this is the IPv6 address. And basically that's how to check for group communication. So this can also, when you get an IP address, running the interface or the routing table, you can also check what interface that IP address belongs to. Then when you run the netstart -G command, you will have an insight of what type of communication the IP address does. This also can help you. I mean, if you try to infiltrate a network and you notice this IP communicates with a larger number of IP address on the network, you can compromise this IP address, and from there you just create some worm. This is how worms are transferred across the network, because now the IP communicates with a lot of IP address on the network. So this worm will be jumping from one IP address to the other based on the group communication or the group membership of that IP address. So for instance, let's say we have 10.0.0.1 is a multicast and communicates with, let's say, IP between 10.0.0.2 /24. So IP, sorry, /24. So any IP within this range, this IP is communicating to them. So basically, if we compromise this IP address and we put a worm in this IP address, any IP within this range that communicates with this IP, the source IP, the worm can, hop between those IP addresses. And this is exactly how hackers try to infest an organization with worm. So when you say a worm, doesn't necessarily need users to execute or click. Once it's infested on the host machine, the next is going to do is to look for IP addresses that are receiving communication or that can communicate with that host. And that's how it keeps popping on those on the network. And if the IP address has the list of configuration based on what or how the worm was designed, and that IP address will be added to a list of infested devices or computers. So next is netstart command -s. So basically this stands for statistics. This command will display a summary of the various protocols on the machine, e.g. IP or Internet Protocol, ICMP, and TCP. So if we hit enter, you can see, based on what we've seen, we are only forwarding to two address, which is the loopback and the 10.0.0.2, something like that. And we have a total of 34 packets received. And incoming packets that are discarded is 0. Incoming packets that are delivered is over 35. Over the course of requests, we've sent over 46 requests that has been sent from our device. So for ICMP, 0, none. We don't have any communication app here. For TCP, we have 7 active connection openings and 27 segments received. One will be discussing about web application security and how web application communication between a client, a web server, and the internet is, established. We'll be diving deep into TCP. You understand the TCP handshake, the sync acknowledgement, and all those other sorts of other forms of protocol that is communicated or established before the source or the client browser can receive the information that is queried over the internet. So also for UDP, we have over 13 packets received. We sent 14, and only one was ignored. So that's it for netstart -s get statistics. The next command is netstart -e, where E is for extended. This will display more extensive information about the network communication. Let's say netstart -e. And here we can see, here we can see a list of, hold on, just need to zoom this. You can have a proper view of explanation. Just a minute. So here you can see the various connection and the path that is making this connection. So for instance, here we have our Kali is making this, our loopback establish our Postgres. So Postgres is a database that Kali used to keep all its application up to date. So this is constantly running. And if you can see, for instance, the Unix tree connected the inode. So basically, inode is a way of Kali Linux organizing its files and tracking the various files. And if you can see, this is the file path that is making this stream connection. and the inode number is 12728. So basically, netstart -e will give you more extensive information about the communication on the network. You can also use this to track suspicious communication. So once you use this and you discover there's some communication going on and it doesn't look like the files or the file system communication that is recognizable, you can track to see if there is a suspicious malware on your PC or on your box, on your computer, that is running without your permission, which might be very malicious or can cause harm to you or any other person on the network. So the next is netstart -p. This command displays the statistics of all the programs running on the network, foreign IP addresses and process ID. So if we say netstart -p, P stands for process, netstart -p, and we increase our screen again for you to have a proper view of this explanation. If we zoom back, so you can see, actually this is the process ID and this is the process name. But let's minimize this so you can have a proper view of the explanation. So you can see, for instance, scroll up, get the header, you can see our Kali. This is our foreign IP address. And it's established, for this Kali work right now, this is the process ID. And this is the program name or process name. And for the locals, you can see this is the process ID and it's Postgres. So, and one more thing, the protocol being used, this is UDP and UDP6. And if we further go below, the active domain socket for the outward communication to the servers are this, x.org. These are basically Linux file systems. This is for Python. And if you can see, this is the process ID. The inode is this. So the file is organized under the inode number 9431. And there is no path actually using the post. So for this dboss daemon, you can see it under the directory run user 0 ATSPI then boss underscore 0. So if we can actually cut this file to see the content, just say copy and we clear. We can have cut, let's say let's hit enter. Oh, run. Okay, let's see something. Okay, let's cut this one. Okay. Cut this directory and see if we can get file inside of it. Oh, no such directory. Just want to show you something. This is temporary file. It is root. So this directory exists .hash. So let's see if we can cut this file. Usually, depends. Not everything is cuttable. You might just running process file path. And some of them are actually, so you can see. But if we cd into root and we cd into .hash, we have this directory. You can see ls And you can see there are a lot of files. So let's say locate. Okay, cd into iBoss. Is there iBoss? Okay, cd into iBoss. Cd into iBoss. ls. So basically, you can see these are just system files that I currently use. They are not color in white. If it was a file that is editable, we will be able to cut the file. But these files are not editable. That's why we cannot cut the file. Okay. cd to where? cd to download. Oh, let me see the files not download. Okay. cd to root injector. So let's say cut. So you can see the color of the file is different. It's white. So it means we can actually cut this file. So it's empty. If we say touch .NET, and it should be an empty file, right? No, not touch. Leaf pad .NET Sunday. So you can see it's an empty file. So leaf pad open it. So if there's a content here and we cut the file, we can actually see the content inside this file and save. And we see that. Let's check. You can see right now, this is what we just typed in right now. It's there. So basically, going back to the command we just run right now, which is the netstart command -p. Will show you the processes that are running, and we can be able to get the information and the path where the process has been run. So if we seed into that directory, we can be able to get information about the file that is running that process. So the next command is netstart-v, which V stands for verbose. This command displays additional information on the network statistics, such as the file path executing each connection. So it's like netstart-p, but also in more detail. So let's say netstart-v, show you something. So you can see the additional information. It tells us what the netstart does not support. So AF, IPX, AF, X25 on the system is not supported. And if we go further up, we can see still the same thing, like same information, like when we run netstart-e command. So basically, this is all about the netstart-v, which is for verbose. The next on the list here is TO. So T stands for time and output. So this is basically to check for timers. Using the netstart-to command, this command displays information of the network foreign addresses, state, establish, or time loop, and timer. So T stands for timer. So if we timer, output the timers. That's what TO stands for. The netstart-to. So currently there is none, but if we have netstart-to. So currently we have none. We have, it's going to display this. Let's do something first. Let's run this Firefox again for you to understand what we're saying or doing. Now if we say netstat minus do. See something? Now Firefox is established, right? Let's zoom this. We just for you to have a proper view of what we are doing and what is going on. That's why we keep zooming and zooming out. So you can follow up with the note and trace. So you can see now Kali, which is what box is making the communication is Kali, what protocol is being used, TCP, the foreign address, this, keep alive, and basically, because we are running a series of requests via the Firefox, that's why we could see all this. So you can see a lot of foreign IP addresses. And you can see the timer. These are basically the timer. This keep alive for 5.66 seconds. The wait time for this one is 55.92. So basically, this is how you use the netstat times do and PS auxiliary. Let's do it's Firefox. Okay, see do Firefox. Yes, sir. PQ. So we have viewed the Firefox right now. If we minimize, you can see the Firefox normal. So actually, we just launched the Firefox to show you or demonstrate how you can use the netstat.to to get information. So you can also use this. Let's say you don't know if a client or browser has a malware running from it. So all you just need to do is launch the browser, because hackers can have various ways where or how they infest the user's computer. This can help you as a contester and also as forensic investigator. Say you're trying to assess an organization system that was compromised, and you trace on the system there is no information or some kind of malware. You can just launch the browser. There might be a plugin, the client installed in the browser without knowing. So once you launch the browser, you can see a list of all the communication and the foreign IP addresses going on. So you can take those IP addresses to do further digging and understand what's going on in the background. So the next command is the leafpad, which we just did. So leafpad basically is just it's like a text editor. However, it has limitations. The limitations here is that heavy files should not be opened with leafpad. That's the caveat, because if you do, it's going to crash the app. So if you want to do simple configurations and you just want to have this full view where you just want to see a simple text, not colorful text, you can just use leafpad and you specify the directory that has the file path directory that has the file that you want to edit with leafpad. So in this case, we just edited we edited the host. This is where you can add IP addresses. Let's say you're into bug bounties or you're testing for various organizations. So you can add these IP addresses here and specify the domain names. It makes it easy for you to conduct your pen testing, such as scan, using the nmap scan and all that. So that's it for this. The next also is Nano. Nano is also a very good text editor. I often use it. I prefer it to Vim. Some people or some cybersecurity experts say they prefer Vim, but for me, I prefer Nano. So if I say Nano and specify the file path, let's say desktop slash, what was the desktop? And let's see it again. Okay, desktop. Okay, CD already in grid. Nothing free, right? Okay, let's. So let's say we want to nano this file, the nano botnet Sunday. Just hit enter, you can see. However, you see how it looks so so much with a list of instructions. Clumsy, I'll call it clumsy. But with LeafPad, it's just so streamlined, clean, and very decent. Let's say, for instance, let's play this. Let's say, pad, no, LeafPad slash etc slash what's this file again? CPU info, right? Zip is the locate, okay, where CPU info, locate CPU info, okay, CPU info, I can type in a lot of comments. Huh? Okay, I remember now. I remember, if I'm not wrong, it's under the process, right? So say cut the ROC CPU info. Is it? Could be. Okay, good. That's it. So let's say LeafPad, you see a difference right now. LeafPad slash PROC process and CPU info. And we hit enter. You see how so clean it's properly organized. So you can view this information in a very clean, well layered design. And for me, I would always prefer LeafPad if I'm not opening a big file. But if I'm opening a big file, then this is where the Big Brother Nano comes in. I would rather use the Big Brother Nano compared to, I'd rather use the Big Brother Nano compared to CyberSec again. So I prefer using Big Brother Nano compared to LeafPad. But if the files are not that big, if we are not using a big file, then LeafPad comes into play to view this information. So that's all for this part of the network command. Let's go to the final slide of network command, which is the ping. So basically, ping is a command used to test if um, a communication or web server is active or is alive. Most times, if pen testers, bug bounty hunters are trying to nmap or scan an IP address and it's not returning any information, the first thing they will do is ping. Most organizations will block some scanning command, but ping cannot be blocked because every organization wants their server to be active, and the only way you can detect if the server is active or not is by pinging it. So let's say, for instance, we ping Tesla, or let's say twitter.com. And once we hit enter, you can see pinging. So let's close this connection. The next is WHOIS. So WHOIS is like domain registry information. Here you get information about the domain registry when it was registered, keep information about who registered the domain and all that. So we say WHOIS, Tesla.com, and we hit enter, you can see there's a lot of information we can see right here about the domain, including the name servers, the email, fax numbers. So basically, WHOIS is just to pick information about the domain and other necessary or important records that you might use for your pen testing event. The next is hostname. So hostname is, host or hostname. I always talk about hostname. The host is used to get information about a domain as well. So we can say host and we say tesla.com. And when we hit enter, you can see these are the IP addresses that is belonging to those that belongs to the IP address. So basically, these are all based IPv4 addresses, and you can see the email account or the email protocol servers are handled by tesla.com, mail.protectionoutlook.com. So basically, this is how to use the host command to get information about the domain name. Another important command again in the network command is the dig command. So if we use the dig command and we specify the domain name, let's say this time around FIXITGEARWARE.com, and we hit enter, so you can see our A records and information about like IP addresses that is assigned to this domain name. We have two IP addresses. This is 172 and the other one is 104. And if we look further, we can see for UDP communication server this. When was this queried? Today, Sunday, at exactly 23 hours. So basically, that's what the dig domain does. The dig domain displays information in records which contains also the public IP address of the domain. This IP address is also known as the host public IP address. We can use this IP address to conduct a reverse lookup. So basically, the IP address that was displayed is the IP that is open to the public. And if we do a reverse lookup to that IP, it's going to lead us to our CDN, which is our content delivery network. Basically, CDN are best used if you're in this modern technology and modern internet. Almost every organizations that are cybersecurity conscious are using CDN to protect their IP address, because if you open your original IP address to the internet or you leave your IP address to the world to see, we can actually query the IP address directly and see if there are other informations we can try to dig from that IP address. Such as like if your SSH is enabled, we can check to see what version of SSH you're running and to see how we can compromise this SSH as well. Another method again in the dig is the reverse search or reverse lookup. So if we use the dig -x and we specify the domain name, and we can get a reverse search information of this domain name, and this can give us information, and then we can use this information to make out some important query, like, okay, this is com.fixitgearware, this is the information about this domain name. We can copy this and put on Google and see what or where it can link us to. This can also reveal additional information about the domain name. So the next is also the dig -x. The dig -x is also like the dig -x domain, but instead of the host, we are now specifying IP address. So let's say we say dig -x 64.233.189.147. I think this should be a global IP address instead of. And let's see what it says. And see reverse search. Okay, let's do something about the host 64.233.189.147. And hit enter. You wish 64.233.189.147. 147. Yeah, so you can see it's Google. It's owned by Google. So yeah, there's also various ways you can use this command. If you try and use hostname, there is no information. You use the big reverse search, no information. You can just do a simple whois, and you can see the CIDR. This is the range of IP addresses. So this is from 0 to 19. So the net name is Google and other information. And this domain was first registered in 2003. Yeah, I've been on the internet for a very long time. So that's it for using the network commands in Kali. And we'll be moving on to the next part of the course, which is, so we're almost coming to an end to this course. This is the semi-final of the course, or the semi-end of the course. So here we'll be talking about the widget, and the call command, also known as the CURL. Okay, next to the slide. So the first command of the widget and call command is the wget and URL. This command will download the index.html file of the URL of the file path that the command was run. So what this implies is, let's say, get this fired up and zoom and zoom and zoom. Firstly, I will be updating the keyboard driver of this lab computer. Once I am done, it's very essential that I do update this so we can try and use the keyboard functionality using this. Okay, so we're done. So let's say we want to cd into desktop. ls. Okay, let's remove this file so we have an understanding of what we're doing next. And me1.tar and me2.tar, and we play ls. Okay, good. So let's say mkdir. Let's just say training. Fix it. Here and we hit enter. ls. Now we'll cd into training. Fix it there. And we hit enter and we ls. Now you can see it's empty, right? Now if we run the command wget and we specify a URL, let's say oneweb.com, you can see a list of requests was sent, and it tells us that it's saving the index.html file of this URL, which is the OneWeb. So if we ls this right now, this will be saved in this directory, as you can see. And if we go back, let's say cd to desktop and say ls, you can see we don't have this. If we rerun the command again, so we get and oneweb.com, and we play and the ls again, you can see the index.html file is here. So basically, whatever directory the command is run would save the URL of the index of HTML of the URL that was specified when we run this command. So this is one of the ways hackers or attackers can use to download your website information or your website page remotely to their desktop. Like you can see most of these tools created by hackers, like let's say for instance, malicious phishing links that pinpoints login page of banks, website. So most times this is what basically these hackers do to get the source code of those pages. They just run the widget, get the URL, or they can use other software like HTTP track That's quite an old software, but basically they put in the website and the entire website will be downloaded, the source code, which is now will be used by the hacker to configure to their own server and host these pages and craft a malicious phishing link and send to various email services provider or the email accounts of various staff or team of an organization. So once this malicious link is clicked, and maybe based on what the phishing link was designed with, was designed for to carry out, essentially most times is to get usernames and passwords and other sensitive informations like credit card. So usually those information will now be used to gain access to legitimate site or the legitimate network. So hackers usually use this widget command to download website of an organization. Also, this command is also good as a pen tester. If you come across an organization source code or production code, you can use this widget to download the page and see if there is any hard-coded API keys. So these API keys can be used to now access more information on their S3 bucket hosted on Amazon Web Services, also known as AWS. So that's it for the first command of the widget. We move on to the next command, which is widget -o, then the file name and the URL we want to download from. So let's say we cd again to training fgw, and we ls, we'll remove this index.html. Okay, by the way, we forgot to do it. So if we say nano index.html, you will see the source code of this website OneWeb right now. As you can see, these are all the source code of the website, including the CSS, the table head, various data. You can see. So it's crazy, and at the same time, it's also essential for you to know as a pen tester, in case whereby you just want to download this file or this organization website source code and review those code and check if there are vulnerable entry points that can be, accessed by a non-ethical hacker or malicious actor. So next is, okay, we want to remove this file. So remove the file index.html. Now, remember when we run the widget and we specify the URL OneWeb, a list of information, which is this of what is actually going on, the request sent, the responses, and the list of pages that were followed by this command can be seen, right? However, sometimes you just don't want to flood your terminal with all this unnecessary information. So all you can do, if you don't want to flood your timeline with all this unnecessary information, is you use the command widget. You say output this interaction in a file. Okay, let's say the source. Okay, we'll say response. And we specify the URL again, oneweb.com. If we hit enter right now, you will see there will be no interaction or responses disclosed in the terminal. Just a clear sending the request, confirming the path, and sending the output out to this response. So if we ls again right now, you can see we have response, right? So we didn't remove this file. So you can see we have response. So if we say leaf path, we use leaf path. This is not so much. And we say response. You can see this response is you can see. So basically it's saved in a file. We can view, and this can give us an insight of the list of. You can see this is an IP address, oneweb.com, this IP connected over port 80 and it conducted HTTP request. The length of the message is about 418 bytes, about 3.9 kilobytes, text per HTML. And now the action is saving the index.html1. So this .1 is basically because we have index.html in this directory. So it saves the page to another extension. And you can see the time we made the request, 1 a.m. The total number of speed connection at 1.6 megabyte per second. And that's it. Using the widget minus o command, and we can delete these files. We don't need this file. It's just to demonstrate what we're doing. Just to demonstrate what we're doing, and that's it. ls right now, play. So now the next thing is the widget minus p command and the directory path, the URL. So this command will download the file from the given URL into the specified directory. So let's say we cd back to root. Cd back to root. Okay, now we see we want to download to this specific path from the root. It's okay, widget minus capital P, and we specify the path which is desktop / training FGW. Then we say the URL which is oneweb.com. Now we are running this from the root, right? You will see this will be saved in the. It will be saved in this. In this directory. Training FIXITGEARWARE, which is training FGW. Now let's go to that directory. We cd to desktop, and we cd to training FIXITGEARWARE FGW, and we ls. Let's see, what did we do? Okay, hold on. We cd to the root, and we say, okay, widget / root / desktop / training FGW, and we go back here, we specify -p, so we're saying point to this directory and save the file there. So let's use this other argument, -o source to be responses, and we specify the URL oneweb.com. So basically what we're saying is that the widget should point to this directory and save the file, and the responses will be outputted into this responses file. And this is the URL we are trying to get the URL. So let's hit enter. Now you can see there is no responses displayed on the terminal, right? So we can now cd into root, into desktop, into training FGW, and we hit enter, and to ls. Now you can see index.html. However, there is a mistake. Yeah, responses oneweb. It's supposed to be the path first. Oh, so it's quite funny because we have to widget path, the output, file name, and the URL. But it didn't show. So let's say ls -la. Let's see. Okay. Let's remove file index.html. So basically, we specified this command. It's supposed to do this. Let's cd back to it. It's okay. We get okay -o. Let's do it this way, and responses -p. Okay. and we say root desktop training FTW and the URL, which is vonweb.com. Let's see now. Okay, let's let it and cd into root desktop training FTW. So basically, I don't know why, but you can see the responses were not displayed on the terminal. And we actually got the index.html file. And if we nano this file, or let's do it, let's cut it in the terminal. We cut index.html. You can see these are the list of all the website, and here you can see from here we can see all the links that the website is pointing to. So basically, these are ways you can also check entry points. You just download the index.html page, then you see the hypertext link where they are linked into. From there, you can now see what type of request to make or what type of information they display for you to now decide if you have to conduct SQL or check for XSS or check for CSRF or check for SSRF, which is server-side request forgery, and other forms of vulnerabilities that are pertinent to web application. So this is it for this widget. Another powerful command of the widget is to mirror a website. Sorry. So let's say we want to mirror a website. We use the m command. So m command is going to mirror the entire website. In some cases, it might not mirror the entire website, so you have to supply individual URL paths that you want to mirror. But usually, in some websites that are not security cautious, you can just say widget minus m, and you specify the URL. The entire website, the entire URL in the website will be mirrored. And we hit enter right now, sorry, not COM. And we hit, and we can see right now the total file size is different from what was. Okay, we say ls, send something to you right now. You can see right now it downloaded the entire directory. The phone web, sorry. It's funny though, because sometimes these websites that are cautious of keeping security might not really be security cautious. So you can see the whole directory is downloaded, right? And if we cd into vonweb.com, no, vonweb, it's still as vonweb.com, and we ls, and if we do cat index.html, I want you to see something right now. You can see both script, JavaScript. What website did we check though? Oh, no wonder. We made a mistake. So it's vonweb instead of vonweb. So let's cd back. Remove directory. Also remove recursive vonweb.com. Play ls get. So let's say widget mirror the website vonweb output to responsive, and we hit. We don't want to see the responses now. Okay, so now if we ls it, now you can see the responses displayed, but previously it couldn't. I don't really know why. When we pointed to the directory path, but it's usually supposed to output this responses in this file. So if we cut the responses right now for you to see, you can see the responses are here. And let's see the total files downloaded, over 16 files. So this is like the entire directory of the website. And if we cd into, if we ls, let's see what with oneweb.com. If we cd into oneweb.com and we ls, you can see a list of files. You see the logo, the CSS, the index.html, and we have another directory called table images. So if we cd into table images and we hit enter and we ls, you see a list of PNG files. So basically, these are all the image files for the various part of the URL. So this is one of the dangers of using the widget command, and also one of the benefits as a cybersecurity pen tester or cybersecurity engineer. You just have to just run this command, mirror the entire website, check the source code to see if there is anything suspicious that can be compromised. And yeah, that's it with the mirror command to widget in web. So next again is assessing a URL like a login form or login page while specifying the URL login form. So let's say, assuming we have a URL that has admin.login.php, right? And we check the form parameters. What is the F name? Sorry, these are the names that is sent to the database to store information or what is requested. Later on in our web application development, not based framework, but core codes will be teaching you how you can get these informations like username and password. For this one, it said user, which is username, password. So this is basically based on what is designed in the form. So we just say widget. Let's say the form says we specify, okay, we say -- user, which is the user, right? We're telling the widget command this user, the username should be admin1. Then we give space and we say -- password, which is equals to, now the password has to be in quote, inverted quote. You can say, okay, admin password 1, which is the password we assume. And we give a space and we supply the URL, which is admin. Usually it's supposed to be https www.admin.login.php, and we hit enter. However, we're not going to hit this because there's no valid URL that has this. Let's say output responses. And if we hit enter, you will see that it bounced. If we ls and if there's no success, let's say cut responses, we will see the failure, right? You can see try to this, resolving this, failed, name of service not known, and it's unable to resolve this code. So basically, we just use this to demonstrate if this is a valid URL and we supply the valid credentials such as username and password, it will successfully log into the URL that is supplied. So basically, this is how you can use widget commands also. Let's say we want to brute force usernames and password. We can also use the widget command to do this brute forcing. Another interesting command here we can use is the call URL. So call URL is basically an advanced widget URL command. So here we try to specify the responsive. What? Remove our responsive. Where? Okay, so the call URL, this will display the HTML page of the link specified in the terminal. However, some website uses enhanced security and block call URL from executing. Like our website, we block call because call is quite more advanced. We see you will see there will be no response. Just be blinking. And if we ls, you can see it bounced back. However, if call URL was going through, okay, let's show you something. We say, okay, call the URL oneweb.com, and we hit enter. You'll see right now on the terminal, sorry, it displays the information of the website. So basically, ours we blocked it because call URL is very dangerous. Like, it's more technical, more advanced than widget. And hackers can usually do this, just call a website particular page to see what the page is all about. In a case whereby they cannot view, let's say we want to right click the website, block the right clicking, we can just call this URL and view the information from there. So the next thing we can do right now is, to use the call URL -L, and we specify the URL. So using the -L and specifying the URL, we tell the call command to retrieve the header of the URL. So let's say we say call URL -L and we say FIXITGEARWARE.com. So this show HTTP1, HTTP2 information. It's still bounced. So let's say call URL tesla.com. Block. Most websites block that. That's to tell you how dangerous call URL is. So let's say call URL -L oneweb.com. You can see the header, the header information is displayed. We scroll up, you can see the header information. Minus. Oh yeah, it's, and say what website are we gonna try now? Okay, let's say google.com. Now you can see the header of Google. The header here is 301 move. This is this HTTP. This particular the list of this is move, and this is still valid. However, we want to try. It's supposed to see header even though it's blocked. FIXITGEARWARE.com. Oh, we really implemented a lot of firewall security. So this is blocking the call script, call command. And which other website? I want to show you something very important that you should know and understand how the call works. Let's check. Okay, call -L. Let's say Facebook. Probably blocked as well. Let's say call free dating app.com. Block. Let's say okay, call -L. Leave the header. Which website can we call right now? Okay, OpenAI.com. Oh, also bound. You can see how dangerous it is. The call is, most website block it. They block the website. Okay, we'll try something here first. Let's do something. Let's look for a list of websites on the internet. So we just don't move blindly. We go, where are you? Give me something interesting. Okay, let's try this website, Laravel. Yeah, I have been putting the documentation to see latest updates. We'll be posting our course on web application framework, how to design with Laravel. So let's say paste Laravel and hit enter. You're going to see something right now. Now you can see it's Laravel. The Laravel header file is displayed in details. Here we can see the ones that are moved. So let's do control minus minus. You can see this works, but not the plus sign. I don't know. You can see header information. These are all header information of the website. So you can see how dangerous call script is, or using call script, the set of information you can get. See, these are all sensitive information. Not really sensitive, that sensitive, but these are just basically you can understand the structure of the website, the navigation of the website, implementation, the source code. So that's it for call script using L, getting header information. The next thing we can do with call script is, we can output the file name based on what we want to call script. Let's say, okay, we want to call this URL called Laravel again, and we want the file to be, let's do this right now. Let's say we want to call -o Taylor Hotwell, then we say Laravel, paste, and we hit enter. And if we go and ls, you can see this is the output. Instead of outputting it, the code to the terminal, this is saved in our directory where we run this command based on the name we want the file to be saved as. So if we say cat Taylor Hotwell, you can see we got all the code. So usually you can use this to save source code of file for you to review later. Again, this is other ways for you as a pen tester to save source code of a file. If you don't want to do it directly on the browser, maybe you want to take your time and scan through the code. You just save it on your desktop and view the source code later. So that's for all, and we've done let's say we've done that. So the next part of this is using the call -o, that is to specify multiple URLs. So with this command, when specified, we download multiple URL files that are specified. So let's say, for instance, we say call script -o, we specify the URL, say -o oneweb.com. Sometimes you will have issues with this. Now you can see sometimes when you specify this way, you will have these issues. Like basically, this will be giving us issues like URL not specified. So the better way usually to do this, you just say call -o and you specify this, and you skip space and you say call -o and you specify the next, and you say call -o and you specify, let's say, Pikachu.com. I don't know if it's a valid website. And if we hit enter, all the website right now is downloaded. Okay, where did we run this? Good. And so receive, upload, receive. Let's see. Coral script -o, this website, call script -o, this, and we list no result for got more output options than URL. Okay, let's see something. There's always room to try something new. Oh, this is where, as the tester, you just have to be very, very, very creative to check certain things. And we hit enter. Now you can see we called a list of URL, right? Let's so Pokemon, this has been moved. So it recognized the Pokemon. When open the file, it says that no such file. No file. Okay, run web. So basically, sometimes you have these issues anyway. But if you run this command, basically this is the command. I don't know, sometimes it's like this. You always have this issue. So if you run this command -o, you don't need to even specify the call script multiple times. You just specify the -o and give the URL and give it. So call is going to pop into those URLs and output their index.html file, the directory that you run the command. So let's play this. Now we're done with this. Let's remove Taylor Hotel. Good. So it's always like this. And it's also advisable to always update your, okay, let's say process queue. It's always Firefox.exe, right? Firefox. Oh, wait, sorry about this. Process queue, Firefox dash ESL. Good. So yeah, it's like this. You always be careful. Whenever you've worked longer hours, you shoot the content, type in multiple commands, you will always get burnt out and exhausted. So it's expected anyway. Nobody's above mistakes. So the next is call -errors URL. This command specifies that the URL command should hide the progress meter or error message. So basically, it's another way. Instead of outputting the command request progress using the output file, we just say -s. So we're saying run this call script silently and save the file. So let's say we take, and display the response, not save. Widget is to save. So we call -s bonweb.com and we hit enter. You can see there was no information. It just displays straight to the information. However, let's say we say call bonweb.com. See the difference right now. If we scroll up, we're supposed to see what is going on in the background when we run the request. Okay, let's try something else. We call web bonweb.com and we got this information. We say call script -s bonweb.com and we say silent request. So basically, the S here is still the same function as using the -o, outputting the response into something in a file. But when we use the -s, it specifies the URL command should hide the progress meter or error messages. So basically, any error messages. Okay, let's say for instance we call -s FIXITGEARWARE.com. Although we blocked it, right? You can see. So if we say call FIXITGEARWARE.com, no, pause at tesla.com, we hit enter. It's blinking. Let's see if after a while it will go, but usually it will not. If it takes more than 5 seconds, it means the website blocks it. See? And that's it. They call tesla.com. previously, the command we did for the header was to be -I, not -L. Sorry, we made a mistake. So this will list this call -I oneweb.com will list the header information. Although you can see that for our website we cannot call script, but if we call the using I fixit gateway, we should get our header. Response. You can see here the X content type no snip is a header information. So we blocked a lot of, we implemented a lot of security. And you can see we have the HTTP version 1.1 is currently moved, so you cannot use this version. And expires. We did it in such a way it auto, like, the maximum age should not be more than 600 seconds. It keeps reissuing. That means returning this information should not exceed these hours. After that, it's going to refresh again. And you can see the location, our website, the report, which is the endpoint, is via Cloudflare. So yeah, not worry. We tried our best to implement some security. And if you see this X content type option no snip is the header configuration. So most websites, if you go to most websites, they do not have this header configuration. From there, you can find something you can steal or obtain from the website. So moving on to the next, we use the call -ISL, then the URL grep. So basically, we are trying to say call script, get information about the server listed, and the URL grep only for information that has to do with HTTP. So we do again, we say call script -ISL, and we say FIXITGEARWARE.com, and we say grep, which is filter only HTTP, and we hit enter. We really blocked a lot of information. So basically, you might end up not receiving anything here. So you can see the header here says we have HTTP 1.1 is currently moved, cannot use it. HTTP 2 301, and we have HTTP 2 200, which means it's okay. That is the response information for 200. So basically, this is how you use the call script to iterate information about the header, about the HTTP request of a website, a web domain, or an IP address. So in the case of, let's say, if we don't want to use this domain, just specify the IP address as well. Okay, 200, okay. So next is the call using it to log into FTP server. So assuming we have an FTP server, it's just very simple. We just use it to authenticate to the FTP server and download the specific file. So if we specify, remember when you use the call script and you specify a URL, it's going to download that URL. So in place of the URL specification, we specify the directory where the file that we want to download is located in the FTP server, which stands for File Transfer Protocol. And that will download the file that is appended to the full URL file. Usually, it's always a file .extension. The extension here means the file type. Is it a PNG? Is it .txt? Is it .jpeg? Is it .exe? Whatever it is. So if the FTP server has a username and password, we have to specify it. However, if it doesn't have a username and password, we just skip that and just say the call script -u, and we give the FTP server full path, and that's it. So we demonstrate this. Let's say we say call script -u. What's your username? We say, okay, admin1 of the FTP server. And we say colon. What is our password? Admin pass. we say, what's the FTP server? So now, before we specify the FTP server, we say FTP colon. So this is like HTTP. So instead of HTTP, we say FTP, right? Then we say, usually the URL of an FTP server starts with FTP dot. So FTP dot URL name. In this case, let's say FIXITGEARWARE.com, right? Dot com slash. What's the file we want to obtain? Let's say we want to obtain the desktop, what we call say desktop image dot, and let's say it's a JPEG file, dot JPEG. Once we hit enter, this is invalid anyway, so there will be nothing like that. And more, we block the call script. So once we specify this, and once we specify this, it will download the file into our desktop. It's blinking right now because there is no existence of such directory. Try to Control C, close it. So as you can see, there's no existence of such directory. That's the reason why it's blinking and blinking and blinking. And if we do not have a user, if the FTP server do not require authentication, we just move down straight here and remove this. My goodness. And remove this. And remove this. And we just say -u. We remove that as well. And we just say FTP server. And this would go to the URL and download this image. So this is how to use the call script to download the file from an FTP server. However, let's say we want to upload to an FTP server. So we use the call script -t, the file name or the file path we want to, where the file is located, and we say -u. So you are specifying the user's credential, which is the username and password, and the FTP directory. Now it's not an extension. We'll have to truncate the extension because we're not trying to download right now. We are trying to upload. So, and where are we trying to upload? The specific directory that will be appended to the end of the URL. So let's do this right now. Let's say we do call script -t, stands for transfer. And let's say we want to upload from our desktop. So let's list the file. Okay, there's no file. Okay, let's say we make an image. No, let's call it text. We touch a file called virus.exe. Let's get. Now we'll say file script. We want to upload this file to the cd to /root. So we're not going to clear this part of the screen for us to understand what we're doing. So we say, okay, file script -t for transfer, -u for user's credential, admin 1, password 1, right? And the next thing we have to do is, sorry, we made a mistake. And we want to transfer this file, virus.exe, that is on the desktop. So we'll say, go to this directory path /desktop desktop /training fgw /virus.exe space u, admin 1 is the username and password 1 is the password information, and we say FTP, okay, and we say colon FTP dot FIXITGEARWARE.com slash the directory, right? Say mumbo jumbo, mumbo jumbo directory. Okay, sorry, no, say slash. So basically, what we're trying to say, call script, transfer this file from this directory or location. That is, if we're not in the directory where the file is located, go to the URL specified by using these credentials given to you, and find this directory and put this file there. So basically, if this directory path exists, it's going to transfer this virus.exe, and boom, the information is successfully transferred. So basically, this is how hackers can usually, transfer files if they find a vulnerable FTP server and they've gotten the credentials such as the username and password. All they just need to do is to find the upload directory, specify the upload directory in their call command, and just upload the executable that can run on the server. And most of the time, the executables are always reverse shell. So basically, once they execute the file, they call the command, and that will give them a reverse shell to the server or to the network. And from there, they can execute arbitrary commands or malicious code. So that's it with the call command for this page. We'll be moving on to the next part of the call command before we end the course with remote login command. So we are almost coming to an end of this course. The next in the widget call command is sending a data to a URL form or a URL link that is capable of receiving data. For that, we use the call script -d, where d implies we are specifying the data we want to send across to the URL. So basically, this is like when we're testing API. You can always use this to test APIs as well, especially if the API is capable of receiving data. You find a way to see if we can inject data into that URL, and if it's possible, then we can consider that as a vulnerability. So it can also be done with call command. Using the call command -d is used to post data into the URL specified and the type of request that is made. So for example, if it's a post request, that will be the request type that will be sent across the link. If it's a get request, a delete request, depending on what we want to, the data we want to send or the actions we want to perform. So in this aspect, let's consider, okay, we want to send, let's say we have access to a login form. We have to get the name of the form. So this name, not the name of the form, the name of each data that is being received by the form. And with that, we can now send the data, which is this. And this is also a name the form received and the data. And this is the name of the form for the password input field. This is the name. And this is the password character we want to enter. So basically, this name, this first name is based on what the form needs to connect to the database. These are names that exist in columns of the database. This and this are basically names and this that exist in a database, and we specify the URL type. So let's get our box fired up. Let's get our box fired up. So let's say we want to send the data to myshop.com, right? We'll say using call script, we'll say call minus D, which is data. We specify, let's say we want to enter surname, which is a column in the database, and we'll say fixit one, and we'd say end. So we are going to specify this in inverted commas because because we want to pass the chunk of data, right? And we'll say the next is mid name equals to here, and we'll say first name f name equals to where. So basically, this surname, mid name, and f name, which is the first name, are basically common names that are used in the database. So we can always get this in the form, in the name of the form, the name of the characters in the form. So this can give us an insight of what is the actual column that exists in the database. And we can say, and let's say phone number, phone equals to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then we close this data, all the entire data in the bracket. Then we specify the URL. Let's say the URL is https www.myshop.com. Now, whenever we try to send a data into a database, there would always be a type of request made. It can either be a get, it can either be a put, it can either be a post. Whatever the type of request is made, that is the last information we append to the URL. So we say, for instance, let's say it's making a put request, so we say put, right? Then if we hit enter, no, this URL is not valid, so it's gonna bounce back. However, if we see this, it means we're telling the call script to pass all this data to every columns of the table that exists in this URL link that is sending data to the database. And under the surname column, you should put fixit one. Under the mid name column, you should put here. Under the first name column, you should put where. And under the phone, you should put this. You can also specify password. So this is how hackers or threat actors can send information into an application. And if it's not properly sanitized, this information can actually get into a legitimate database table, and they can now use this data and log in. So it's like the database is not sanitizing the legit way of, how do I put this? The legit way of inserting information into the database, which includes getting registered, getting your account verified, and all that. So hackers can actually use this method to insert data into the database and use that data to log into a legitimate site. And if they're able to do that, they can find other means or other vulnerabilities that exist within the application. So that's how you send data with call script. You can see here. We can also test, let's say we are trying to call script the website and the blockers from using the call script to access their website. We can specify a proxy and a port number, and we now specify the URL. So using this command is used to download file via a specified proxy and port from a URL that you're blacklisted from downloading from with your legitimate IP address. So let's say, for instance, we want to call Facebook and we're blocked. Now we can get a list of online resources where they have free proxies and say call, and you say -X, Then let's say the IP address of the proxy is 127.0.0.1 and colon. We specify what the proxy type. Is it HTTP? Is it sub4? Is it sub5? Then whatever port number is used for the communication, we specify. So in terms of HTTP, it's either 80 or 8080, and we say the URL. We specify, let's say, myshop.com. Now, if we try to call the script, it's not going to reveal our actual IP. It's going to be using this proxy IP over this port number to access this website. So even if our IP, our legitimate IP is blacklisted, using a proxy IP address to access the website might give us access to the website. Also, attackers can do this to okay, fine. Maybe we are not allowed to call the website from an IP within a certain range. They can decide to find the organization. Where is the organization head office? Let's say, okay, the organization is based in Germany. They just get a proxy or IP address that is based in Germany and get the port number of the proxy IP address and specify it and hit the website with a call script. So basically, when they do this, they'll invariably have access to the website. But however, let's say they are calling this script from an IP address, let's say from somewhere in some weird country that is blacklisted from doing such commands, or IP address that's blacklisted, they will not be able to do that. But however, with the proxy right now, it's maxing the actual IP address. So on the server, it's going to be reading that this is actual IP address that's calling this website. So, and it's not among the blacklisted. So it's considered that the IP is whitelisted or it's a legitimate IP call, and it's going to allow the call command to access the website and probably download the index of HTML and other legitimate information. So the next is also for proxy. So this time around, we are specifying using a proxy that has a username and password. So this command is used to download file via a specified authenticated proxy and port from a URL. So basically, what is trying here to what this command specifies is that, okay, we got a proxy, but some proxies are paid. They are not free proxies, so you have to sign in with a username and password. So what you need to do is just say call script minus capital U. Let's say the username of the proxy is admin1, colon, the password is password1. Now, after specifying the username, colon, the password, we now say minus X. Then we specify the proxy IP address, which is, let's say, 10.0.2.1. And what is the port? Let's say it is 654. Okay, let's say 6213. And what is the URL? Now specify the URL. So basically, what we are telling call script is use this credential, authenticate this proxy IP address and port number, and call this myshop.com. And if these credentials are correct, this proxy will fire up. And if the IP is not blacklisted, this proxy IP is not blacklisted by myshop, then you should be getting the index.html on your directory where this call script was run, or the directory where you point it to. So to point it to a directory, definitely we know what command we should use, right? So after specifying this, we can say, okay, minus P, space, minus P, and we'll say, okay, feed the output to root, desktop, then with any directory, we also can fix it, G, then space. So basically, we have to create this directory. What we're trying to say is a call script uses information, which is the admin one, and password one, which is authentication for the proxy. This is the proxy IP address. This is the port number the proxy IP address is running on. Point this file, the index.html file that belongs to my shop, and download it into the directory, this directory FIXITGEARWARE. So also we can specify a mirror. Let's say we want to download the entire site. We can just say, okay, call script, authenticate with this proxy, say -m. So which is mirror this website and point it to this directory. This is the website. So basically, these commands, once you understand how each of these commands work, you can now do a list of, combination. We can also say call script, let's see, --help. So you can see these are a list of things you can do, a list of commands you can, implement. You can see the user, so --user. So instead of using capital, you can also use, you can say call script --user. And specify the username. So, however, for us, we just go straight to the point and use the capital U. So that's how to use the proxy with authentication, credentials to download a particular website. So another method for call script is using it to access information. So using the call script dict and accessing this dictionary.org/d, which is the URL, and colon the name of the information we want to search, we'll find the definition of this item and display it to us. So let's explain this. Let's say we want to get information, right? We say call script. Remember when we did FTP, we said FTP, right? And we say colon, then FTP dot URL slash whatever upload and other gibberish. So for dictionary, we specify call script, say d colon / dict.org/d. So this is the domain, right? Then we'll say colon again. What is the information we want to search? Let's say we want to search about malware. Then we hit the enter. Call script. Hold on. Call script d call script d something. Oh, okay. So we say call script dict.org/e colon malware, and we hit enter. Sorry. So you can see it checked and malware jargon, the jargon file there. Then it defined just one noun, common malicious software intended to cause consequences and all that. So we can say, okay, call script. Also say call script dict.org/d colon operating system. Good. So you can see a lot of definition about operating system to produce appropriate physical effect to issue in this virtues. So you can now scroll through to see what has the information related to what you're looking for. At least you have an idea of what you're looking for. For operating system, we know we're looking for Windows-based operating system. So you can see Ratos to work. So if we do not have what we want here, we can take a clear to say call script dig.org/d computer operating system. So good. You can see now we specified computer, right? You can see that is device performing the points of the clock. This modern set of computer comprises stored programs, computer in which multiple steps in a calculation may be stored. So basically now if we don't have the proper definition of what we want, we can give it more insight. If big online dictionary has this information, it's going to display it back to us and we can get more information. Now you can see sync, data processor, electronic computer, information processing system, and it's going to show you a list of resources consulted if need be. So yeah, so that's all about the dig command and also the end of the course, the widget and the call command. So next we move on to the last part of the course, which is remote login. This is a short one. Here we'll be discussing about SSH and telnet. So FTP is very easy. So we can say FTP, the IP address, and you can see, so let's say FTP for so for SSH, we have to specify the URL or the IP address. So how do we do this? We say, okay, SSH URL for FIXITGEARWARE.com. Don't worry, we do not have SSH maybe in our computer, on our website anyway. So you can see it's blinking. The SSH will not definitely work, so we close this. So SSH. So that's how to use SSH. You just say SSH, you specify either the URL or the IP address, and you just hit. You can see the host this. And by default, you don't even need to specify the port number. SSH by default runs on port 22, so it's just going to run it. And if SSH services is enabled and the IP address or domain name we are trying to connect to, the SSH would automatically sign in. So the next is using SSH with a specific username. So this command would log into the SSH service of the IP address specified using the username provided. So let's say on this SSH, right, the IP address is a host computer, of course it is, and we have configured a list of users to use the SSH login or credentials. So all we need to do is just say SSH. Let's say we configured admin1, right? We say admin1 at this IP address is 10.0.2.1 that runs SSH, right? And we can say port 22, or we just ignore it and just hit enter. And as you can see, it's a connection refused because this is not active. This is actually another Linux for our lab training, but we did not turn it on. We are just focused on teaching commands today. In our advanced course, where we'll be teaching how to do remote logins, the remote login configurations. SSH will stand for Secured Shell, where the system administrator or an advanced security analyst or cybersecurity engineer can remotely log into an organization server to either pull resources or to review resources as well. SSH is like a remote login where organizations can try to use it to log in from anywhere in the world to access the organization as if they are actually within the country or inside the organization itself. So you see also that's why commands are very good, because most of the time when you work with big companies, not necessarily MNCs, you'll be doing a lot of remote works that requires you to remote for you to be remotely logged into the organization system and conduct some technical configuration and setting. And if you're into like penetration testing, whereby you're testing organization cloud, so basically a cloud means the computer itself is sitting over the internet. So it's not like you have to be there physically to do the configurations. Organizations that provide these cloud services have done the configuration. So all you just need to do is to do what? Remotely log in, do your own configuration settings, and use the cloud storage. So it's good for you to know how these things works, because most clouds will definitely have SSH, Kubernetes, containers, some configurations will be there enabled for their technical team to have access to this cloud storage and implement some security measures on it. So learning commands is very essential. As a security expert, as a cybersecurity engineer, as what else? System administrator. All these things you have to know. Most things you were doing remotely. Let's say you're home, and let's say there's a server that crashed down, and you need to remotely log in to check what happened to bring back the server back up if it's still online but cannot be accessed by any other person. So this is why you should learn about Linux commands or Kali Linux commands, as most of the things you'll be doing definitely runs on Linux-based distro. So that being said, we'll move on to the next part, which is SSH key gen. So this is to generate keys, a pair of SSH keys to establish a secure SSH connection. So mostly if you've done or if you use the GitHub platform, a code-based platform where collaborators can post their code and create repositories of their code, either make it private or open source, which is open it to the public. So to communicate from your computer, not necessarily designing your code and uploading via a directory through the web UI, user's interface. You can remotely connect from your PC to GitHub. So for you to do that, you have to generate SSH keys, and these keys will now be implemented on the GitHub account, and the other aspect of the private key will be implemented in your account. So whenever you try to connect to GitHub, GitHub will try to access your private key information while using your public key, and you'll be able to use your own the GitHub public key to access the GitHub private key that is posted on their cloud. So if these communications both ends are authenticated, then you can either put the file or download file directly from the GitHub. So SSH key gen basically is just to generate keys, and that's it. So however, we'll be teaching this in our advanced course in cybersecurity, where we'll be doing a lot of SSH and show you how SSH works, how you can implement SSH, how SSH is useful for you to, navigate across your organization's network and all that, and how you should also not leave it active if you're not necessarily using that infrastructure often, because if you leave it active instead of inactive, and some weirdos or bad guys get access to your internal system and notice that it's not patched or secured, they can try to brute force your SSH with some series of credentials. And also in our SSH course, we'll be teaching you why password policies are important, especially if you're using SSH. You shouldn't be using a common usernames and password that are guessable or that are brute forceable. You should use something very hardened and strong that even if someone tries to brute force it, it will not be successful. And secondly, you also have to implement additional security layer that will keep them guessing or not able to guess which of the credentials are wrong, like is the username wrong or the password is wrong. So you can say invalid credentials. So credentials is an open description. Which of the credentials is the username or password? Unlike when you say invalid username, so the person is okay, definitely the password is right. So I have to now focus on brute forcing the username. But if you say invalid credential, you're giving the attacker a restless mind. Like they don't even have a definition of what the problem is. And this is SSH. So probably at the back end of your computer as well, sorry, of your server or your network, if you have implemented a level of security layer that if a particular IP is constantly probing that services or port number, then blacklist that IP or block that IP. So you have to hold or hard secure your SSH that even if it's open, it only takes some special kind of miracle or some skills to get into that. And that skills will be based on the vulnerability of the organizations that provide your cloud storage and not just your own configurations in the cloud. So next is the SSH -v with the IP address of the URL. So this command is used to debug SSH connection. If more informations are required, we can increase the number of the letter V. So let's say we try this command, SSH -v 10.0.2.1. You can see it gives us the debug information. So try to read this, match no files, this, connect to this, connection refused, connect to host this, or connection refused. So we can also say SSH, let's increase the verbose, 10.0.2.1. See, the more we increase, the more it will be giving us more information. You can see nose root this, nose host, debug expanded to this, channel plus timeout clearing, direct entering, connecting to this for this, and IP connection refused. So basically, we're just testing against ourselves. And like I said, this IP is not active, so you can see it's bouncing, it's not gonna go. So the last is telnet. While telnet is not in use anymore, however, industrial control system basically use telnet. So these are big infrastructures like a nuclear power plant. Of course, we wouldn't want to be using SSH. The DMZ of the infrastructure might be using telnet. So let's say for you to log in to the DMZ, then from the DMZ log into the other control unit of the ICS, industrial control system. So DMZ, they can implement SSH, right, to make it more secure. But however, you want to access informations like the panel of a water heater or a coolant. So this is where they use applications like telnet. So just telnet, it's less secure and easy for them to, it's easy for them to get access to the internet network using the telnet. So you just say telnet, the IP address or URL, and that's it. And you successfully. So we have finally come to an end of this course. If this content has been informative to you, do give us a like, follow, and subscribe to our various social media channels. We apologize for any bad audio quality, and we want to assure you that this will be the lowest quality of audio you will get from us. And of course, will be also the lowest content we'll be publishing in our various social media channels, and also premium contents that would require you to pay a little fee to us, get more advanced training in cybersecurity or IT related matters. At FIXITGEARWARE-SECURITY, we say what we're going to do and we do what we say. So thank you for sticking around with us, and see you in our next video.